Welcome everyone. Je m'appelle Louis Baumier, je suis le directeur exécutif de l'Institut de l'énergie Trottier. Au nom de l'Institut de l'énergie Trottier et de l'accélérateur de transition, je vous souhaite la bienvenue. Merci d'être présent dans la salle, mais également à distance. Plusieurs personnes sont avec nous à distance aujourd'hui, c'est très apprécié. Donc, bienvenue à ce forum de mi-parcours du projet Biomasse et Carbon Neutralité, élaboration d'une grille d'évaluation. C'est un projet financé par le Fonds d'action et de sensibilisation pour le climat de Environnement et Changement climatique Canada et projets qui ont été lancés notamment en appui au mandat du groupe consultatif pour la carboneutralité. Quelques règles pour la journée. A few ground rules for the day. We will enforce schedule because we have a big, quite heavy schedule or quite loaded day, and by respect to people remote, we'll make sure that we respect this schedule. It's an hybrid event, like I said, so if you ask a question, make sure for the Q&A session, if you're in the room, make sure that you have a microphone so that people remote will be able to hear you. And for remote people, there is a web portal, there is a Q&A section, so you can put your question there. You can also make some online contribution for people remote for the end of the day when we'll do the roundtable discussions. For people remote, there's a possibility to answer the same question that we'll be discussing here through Slido. And even for people in the room, if you want to give some answer there, you are welcome to do so. It's a bilingual event, so on fait ça bilingue. There is simultaneous translation. Please feel free to speak in whatever language you want. And but slides will be in English only. That's the compromise we're making. For presenters and panelists, we'll keep introductions short. Just their bio is on the website. If you want to know more about those people, you can read that there. And last point, we put the panelists in alphabetical order, so there is absolutely no editorial choices in the order that people will be talking with us today. Since we're talking biomass and land, of course, are there's like a natural link between all of that. And since we're having a national event, making a land acknowledgement is a bit hard, since we have people all over the place. Cependant, je vous invite à visiter le site nativelands.ca qui donne justement un aperçu de qui occupait cette terre avant l'arrivée des Européens. Ce qui est fascinant de voir, c'est que ce territoire-là était déjà entièrement occupé. Ce n'était pas une terra nullis, comme les Européens pouvaient le dire, mais ils sont arrivés ici où il y avait des systèmes politiques, des gouvernements et une économie qui fonctionnait à travers tous ces peuples qui occupaient déjà le territoire. Et c'est probablement quand l'économie des Européens venus ici est passée de l'exploitation de la fourrure à l'exploitation des matières premières, à savoir le bois, les minéraux, et également l'agriculture. C'est là que nos relations avec les gens qui étaient ici avant l'arrivée de mes lointains ancêtres ont commencé à se complexifier. Et si on veut parler spécifiquement de ce qui s'est passé à Ottawa, je parlerai d'un événement plutôt récent. En 1991, au mois d'août 1991, on a lancé la commission qu'on appelle communément la commission Erasmus-Dussault, qui était sur les relations avec les peuples autochtones. Petit point, c'est intéressant de voir que 8 mois plus tôt, là, fin 90, c'est là qu'on a parlé on a lancé le premier plan canadien pour un environnement en santé. Et c'est là qu'on a commencé à vraiment se préoccuper des questions environnementales, de dire oui, il faut faire quelque chose parce qu'on s'en va peut-être un peu dans le mur. C'est de voir que c'est à peu près à la même période, puis malheureusement, on doit constater qu'il nous reste encore beaucoup de chemin à faire pour vraiment à la fois s'assurer de notre avenir ici, de l'avenir de notre environnement, mais également de rétablir de meilleures relations avec ceux qui occupaient cette terre avant nous, mes lointains ancêtres. Je proposerais qu'on s'inspire des principes, les grands principes qui ont guidé la commission Erasmus-Dussault, et particulièrement, j'en retiendrai deux. Celui de la reconnaissance. On devrait reconnaître que nous sommes tous dépendants de ce que la nature peut nous offrir, particulièrement pour la biomasse. Donc, on est tous dépendants de ça. Et je prendrais le quatrième principe qui est la responsabilité, c'est-à-dire on doit exploiter cette ressource de façon responsable. Je crois que c'est minimalement, si on peut arriver à faire ça, on pourra dire que notre projet aura au moins apporté une contribution significative. Maintenant, avant d'aller plus loin, j'inviterai Robert Hordnung à venir dire quelques mots au nom du Net-Zero Advisory Body. Robert?
Okay. Thank you very much, Louis. Bonjour à tous et merci pour l'opportunité de me joindre à vous pour cet important événement aujourd'hui. I'm here today as a member of Canada's Net Zero Advisory Body, or NZAB, as we call ourselves. The NZAB was established in 2021 under the Canadian Net Zero Emissions Accountability Act. This act seeks to bring transparency and accountability to Canada's efforts to reach net zero by 2050. Our mandate is to give the Federal Minister of Environment and Climate Change independent advice on the most likely pathways to achieve net zero emissions by 2050, including emission reduction milestones leading up to 2050, as well as any other matters referred to us by the Minister. NZAB shares a summary of its advice to the Minister through an annual report, to which the Minister must respond publicly within 120 days. Our first annual report was published in early 2023 and called Compete and Succeed in a Net Zero Future. And we're now working on our second annual report, which will be published in the near future. Pour élaborer nos avis, nous tenons compte des meilleures informations scientifiques disponibles, des engagements internationaux du Canada et des connaissances autochtones. But we're also mandated to engage with Canadians to inform our advice, including with experts such as yourselves. At this time, we're working to develop advice in many areas, including measures to close the remaining gap to Canada's 2030 emissions target, to inform the development of Canada's 2035 emissions target, and further developing our current lines of inquiry, which are focused on net zero governance, net zero industrial policy, and net zero energy systems. So I'm actually very pleased to be here today because your work is relevant to many of the current priorities of the NZAB. In fact, through our engagement processes, the NZAB has received feedback from a number of stakeholders, encouraging us to do more thinking about the potential contribution of biomass toward net zero pathways. In that spirit, as Louis mentioned, I'm pleased that we've been able to play a small role in supporting the work being discussed at today's forum. Back in 2022, we were engaged by Environment and Climate Change Canada to develop the research themes for net zero research projects to be funded through the Environmental Damages Fund's Climate Action Awareness Fund. And the Biomass and Carbon Neutrality project that's the focus of today's event is one of 16 projects the NZAB is currently supporting. We are very interested in better understanding the potential contribution of biomass to advance Canada's net zero goal. Now, we know that biomass is already a key component of some targeted policies to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, like the clean fuel regulations, or climate policies that incent the use of biomass in other areas, like policies on fuel blending, renewable natural gas, and wood pellets. So we all know that biomass is going to have a role to play, an important role. But it is important that we understand the environmental implications of biomass use, that we understand the size of the potential opportunities and the significance of the potential risks. For that reason, the main objective of this project, to develop a framework for the evaluation and comparison of biomass use in the context of the transition to net zero, is important for both Canada and the NZAB. So I wanted to share with you briefly 4 issues we're thinking about that I encourage all of you to reflect on in your discussions, and hopefully you can help us address as we continue to develop our advice for the Minister of Environment and Climate Change going forward. Firstly, yes, we are interested in understanding the potential contribution biomass can make to Canada's greenhouse gas emission reduction targets over the next decade and beyond. But just as importantly, or maybe even more importantly, we're interested in understanding where Canada should be focusing its efforts to maximize the potential contribution of biomass to meet these objectives. What are the priorities? Where should the focus be? Secondly, we're interested in understanding how we can accurately measure and verify the potential contribution of biomass to ensure that the benefits of biomass are both quantifiable and sustainable over time. Where we have more uncertainty, we need to back that up with more measures in other areas. So the less uncertainty we have, the more we can rely on it. I know there's more scientists in the room today probably than policy specialists. But a third area we're focused on and we're keen to understand is the challenges that stand in the way of maximizing the potential contribution of priority biomass uses. What are the potential solutions to those barriers from a policy perspective? And finally, we're keen to understand how the use of biomass to support our emission reduction targets can secure broad social acceptance, support progress towards an equitable net zero future, and advance reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. J'espère que vous pouvez constater à quel point le travail qui sera discuté aujourd'hui est important pour nous aider à comprendre le rôle de la biomasse dans la réalisation de l'objectif de carboneutralité d'ici 2050. Nous sommes impatients de participer à la session d'aujourd'hui pour en savoir plus sur votre réflexion et pour recevoir les résultats intermédiaires et finaux de votre travail. And in fact, I'm pleased to be joined here today by several members of the NZAB Secretariat. We're going to be seeking to engage with you over the course of the day to learn more about your work and your thoughts on the issues I've posed. So on behalf of the NZAB, I'd like to thank the Institut de l'Énergie Trottier for inviting me to join you here today. I'd also like to thank the Institute for its leadership on this initiative and in helping all of us to have a better understanding of the potential contribution of biomass to Canada's net zero journey. If you want to learn more about the NZAB and its work, please visit our website, which is www.nzab.2050.ca. Merci à tous pour le travail que vous faites et j'ai hâte de me joindre à vos discussions. Thank you for all the work you're doing, and I look forward to a productive set of discussions. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Robert. Oh, so before we start avant de commencer la première discussion, plusieurs m'ont déjà demandé pourquoi le programme du forum est celui qu'il est. Vous avez bâti comme ça. J'ai souvent dit à ceux qui ont participé aux ateliers, moi j'ai commencé ce projet-là avec une seule certitude, c'était qu'il n'y avait pas assez de biomasse pour faire tous les projets qu'on nous annonçait, les projets de biomasse. Mais maintenant, je voudrais dire, il y a une certitude et il y a deux réalités aussi. La première réalité, c'est que les quantités sont limitées. C'est une réinterprétation de ma certitude. Non seulement les quantités sont limitées, mais on ne sait pas non plus nécessairement quelles seront ces quantités-là à travers le temps. Quantités qu'on peut prélever de façon durable, je dirais. Et la deuxième réalité, c'est que l'efficacité avec laquelle on peut transformer la biomasse est limitée et les gains d'efficacité qu'on peut faire dans cette transformation-là sont aussi limités. Mais maintenant, si on veut utiliser davantage de biomasse pour répondre à plus de services, on a deux chemins qu'on peut suivre qui peuvent se combiner, à savoir augmenter les opérations, donc le scale-up, qui nous permet qui demande d'aller prélever davantage de biomasse. Et si la biomasse n'est pas suffisante, là, il faudra travailler sur la question de l'efficacité. Mais on sera limité par ces deux grands axes-là. Alors ça, c'est la présentation du programme du forum, le elevator pitch version, je dirais. Voilà. Évidemment, ces diagrammes-là ne sont pas à l'échelle, c'est uniquement une représentation pseudo-artistique. Maintenant, je veux qu'on gagne un peu de temps parce que je sais qu'il y aura peut-être des discussions qui vont déborder. Fait qu'il vaut mieux débuter déjà le premier panel avec un tout petit peu d'avance où on parlera des enjeux régionaux et nationaux. Donc, les panélistes du premier panel, please come on stage. And I will let Roberta, my esteemed colleague, and also the one behind all of that, the one that has been the main author of the white paper and the one that make all those great information research possible. Merci, Roberta. Voilà.
Thank you, Lee. And thank you everyone for being here. I would like to invite the panelists, please, also to come on stage right now. So Tina, Will, Evelyn, and Mahima, please. Okay, so thank you everyone for being here today. Yeah, as you. So before we start the panel discussions today, I would like to start by presenting briefly the main objective of the project and what we've done so far in the first phase of the project. So as it's been mentioned, the main objective of this project is to co-develop through a series and various exchanges with stakeholders and experts an evaluation and comparison framework for biomass use in the context of transition to net zero. So in this project, when we're talking about biomass, we are including all types of biomass. So either from the forestry sector, the agriculture sector, and also the urban and rural waste. So either the organic residues or the end-of-use food, for example, from construction, renovation, and demolition. So why do we want to develop an evaluation and comparison framework? So first, it's because we see in many energy modeling studies that are projecting transition to net zero, that we see a significant role of biomass and bioenergy in the results. So biomass contributes to the decarbonizations of many sectors, for example, in transportation and heavy industries. And we also see that there's with bioenergy with carbon capture and storage is one of the few ways that will allow us to have negative emissions, which would be necessary if to reach net zero in the absence of decarbonization solutions for all sectors. So other than bioenergy, biomass also already contributes to many essential uses and some emerging usage also, for example, for some bioproducts in the chemical sector for primary chemicals. And we already use it, for example, for the forest biomass and construction for engineered wood products and as lumber, or in the agriculture, not to forget that we use it for food and animal feed. So even if biomass resources, we know that they can grow again, the quantity that we can harvest each year and use it in a sustainable way is limited. So constraints on the availability of sustainable biomass will limit its application in different sectors. So to attain the main objective of the project, what we did the first phase of the project was we started with a preliminary analysis. So that was with a literature review to see what is the current state of the biomass sector in Canada. So what are the resources, how much do we currently produce, how are they used, and how much do we consume. So all that was the objective of the first white paper, which was a preliminary version that we shared with many stakeholders and experts to get suggestions and comments and what are the elements that we missed. So the white paper was used as a starting point for the discussions that we organized throughout the organization of 5 regional workshops that we did across Canada. So the objective of the workshops, and it was an opportunity to bring together stakeholders either from academia, from governments, from the industries that either process or use biomass resources, and to know what are the elements that we should consider. So following the workshops, we recently published a report which is a synthesis of the discussions and comments that were mentioned, and the notes that were taken during the discussions. And also we received some comments and suggestions from stakeholders, also by other means like by email. So the report now is available on our website, this link, and we can also see the synthesis of the comments and also all the original comments that were on the Miro platform, which was a whiteboard that was used during the discussions, are also available on this link. So I would invite you if you would like to see also the results from the workshop discussions. So many comments stood out during the discussions. If I were to mention a few comments, I would say the first one was the need to consolidate the priorities across the industries now and on the longer term. So I would say like a risk that was mentioned is the risk of taking decisions in silo and not having a holistic approach. So by having a holistic approach, we can take a look at the bigger picture and see what are the alternatives, not only for the end use of biomass, but also the destiny of the resources if we don't use it for a certain usage. For example, if you're talking about logging residues will be just left in the forest, will be burned, or for other types will be diverted to another use, or will it be sent to landfills. And another point that I would mention is that it was mentioned that we should take into account other aspects also, which are harder to quantify but are important to take into consideration, which are the impact on biodiversity, energy security, food security, and water security, in addition also to net zero objective. And most importantly, the community must be a part of the process, and I would say that's why it's important for us to have events like this, so community will be part of the process, and we would make sure that there's no elements that we are not taking into consideration. So first, I would like to invite our panelists to tell us a little bit more about their work and their sector and their views on the current state of the biomass sector. So we'll start also by alphabetical order. So we'll start with Bill, please.
Thank you very much, everyone. Greatly appreciate your time and the opportunity from Roberta and Louis and the IAT to speak to you today. I come from the agricultural sector. I work for Alberta Canola, so that means I represent the over 12,000 canola producers within the province of Alberta. I also work interprovincially with our other partners, as well as nationally with the Canadian Canola Council and the Canadian Canola Growers Association. Happy to be here to speak directly about canola, as well as agricultural and the crop production sector. Brief overview as to canola as a crop, for those that may not know it as well as I do. Canola represents approximately 30% of the Canadian production across the prairies and 28% of all crop production. Holistically, we saw in 2017 the largest input in production, 21 million metric tons. Currently, over the past 5 years, we've seen an average between 17 to 18 million tons approximately of production. There's a few factors that have come into equation with that. Pest management with the impact of some diseases like verticillium stripe, clubroot, blackleg, as well as insects. We've seen weather conditions. Currently, 2023 was a bad drought year. 2021 was a historically bad drought year for canola, and an abnormality, as you can see, where we had 40% reduction in production from a year-over-year average, as well as the impact that what we're seeing with other uses for land, industrial, residential. In Alberta alone, we've lost over 156,000 acres in the last decade of land that's gone to residential and industrial production, specifically related to our top producing high quality soil. Getting into where canola plays a role here at this biomass discussion, twofold. Biofuels and crop residues. Looking at the biofuels discussion, we've seen a dramatic uptake and change into what is going on with canola production. Historically, we've seen exports of approximately 50% of canola seed. As you can see in the map at the bottom, we've had a pretty substantial capital investment that's flown into Western Canada, specifically into Saskatchewan, that's set to increase the crushing capacity. That's a value-add process to our canola seed that's going to change where our market and availability is. So that's moving from 11 million tons of crushing capacity by what's been proposed to another 6.7. So nearly adding over another 50%. And the expectation behind that is that we can have 80 to 90% of the canola that's produced in Canada, if all of these investments go ahead, have at least a portion of which be value-added process. And it's in that when we talk about canola oil, for example, which is a heart-healthy, very good cooking and vegetable oil, that's well known as a high quality product around the world, is also used as a feedstock and source for biofuels production. What we've seen, particularly with the United States and the RFS that's established there, is an influx of canola oil exports to the US. Within 3 months of RFS signing on that canola is a viable feedstock product for biofuels production, whether that be sustainable aviation fuel, renewable diesel, we saw an over 100% increase in canola oil exports. And we're already looking at 2023 as a record-breaking year, and the export numbers for canola oil are just increasing over and over. It's one of the reasons why acknowledging that biofuels production in Canada would be critically important. The last piece is crop residues and soil health. This comes into more of the biomass specifically. Traditionally, crop residues would be looked at as an ancillary portion of production. However, there's a portion of which we can look at and be involved in biomass production as a beneficial piece. However, It does have a wide range of uses on farm, whether it be in the livestock industry as a bedding material or a feedstock, and feed systems, as well as the impact it has on the nutrient cycle. So what happens is if you're pulling off crop residues for other uses, you're going to have an impact on the nutrients available for crop production. This is one of the big things that we talk about, and I can elaborate a little bit more in the Q&A and over the course of the day, of looking at standards and policies, not just in a vacuum, whether it be with Ag and Agri-Food Canada or Enviro and Climate Change Canada, that consider the impact of agriculture is there for food production first and foremost, and it's critically important that we're meeting basic human needs for the role that Canadian agriculture plays in the world. And the fact that we can safely and effectively produce food while also feeding into biomass and bioenergy production is critically important. I'd be happy to continue on the discussion with anyone in a personal level, and I'll hand it off to Roberta for our next speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Will. Now, I would like to invite Tina Rasmussen, please. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. Pardon me, and thank you for the invitation to be here today. I have to forewarn everybody, I'm not a PhD, I'm not a scientist, I'm a practitioner. So, as introduced by Roberta, my name is Tina Rasmussen. I'm the Chief Business Officer for MLTC Industrial Investments. MLTC Industrial Investments is the economic development arm of the Meadow Lake Tribal Council. Our traditional ancestral lands reside in northwestern Saskatchewan, and I mean the entirety of northwestern Saskatchewan. We have 9 nations that make up the Meadow Lake Tribal Council. There's the logos for each of our nations. We have 5 Cree nations, 4 Dene nations, which is a feat in itself. You're talking about distinct dialects, languages, cultures that have come together for well over 40 years and have thrived together and have continued to work together on all of our social programs, but also on our economic development programs. My communities reside in Treaties 6, 8, and 10. We sit at about 17,000 members that we represent. I myself come from Flying Dust First Nation and have been with the Meadow Lake Tribal Council. I worked many years as in the provincial system as a chief administrative officer for a municipality, but a number of years ago I came back to the Meadow Lake Tribal Council when they began to move into the area of renewables. So Meadow Lake Tribal Council, our leadership, our chiefs of our 9 nations, identified that, well, over 40 years ago, we bought a sawmill. What did I do?
It's still there.
It's still there, it's just not there? Okay. Over 40 years ago, we bought a sawmill. And the reason for purchasing that sawmill was to create opportunity for community. Our nations live in the middle of the boreal forest. There was no other industry. There was no other way to create jobs, to create economic prosperity in our communities. So our nation bought North Sask Forest Products 40 years ago. Through that creation or purchase of that facility, they were able to take control of forest management. You see the picture up in the left-hand corner of sustainable forest harvesting. That is at the center of what we do as Indigenous people, our responsibility. Because we're not here, we're all here on borrowed time. The land is not ours, the land is our future generations' land. So our responsibility as nations was to ensure that we were managing that land appropriately, giving back to it and leaving it in a better condition than what we found it. We couldn't do that if other industry was just coming in and managing the forest on our behalf, and us not having an opportunity to have a role in that. The other big piece of it was economic prosperity and job opportunities for our communities. I'll just say really quickly, if you go down to the bottom, North Sask Forest Products, that's the current layout of Canada's largest 100% Indigenous-owned sawmill. And quite frankly, it's North America's largest 100% Indigenous-owned sawmill. We produce 150 million board feet of lumber on a yearly basis. We missed a piece, though, when we were doing this. In the sustainable forest harvesting, there's a big piece. There's probably 25% of that tree that comes in and is used to make lumber, but 25 to 28% of it ends up as waste. If you look at that picture of Norsask, you can still see the old beehive burner standing there. Saskatchewan was one of the last provinces that still permitted beehive burners. So up until October of 2022, we were still taking all the waste, all the slabs, all the sawdust, everything off of what we were doing inside of the mill, and it was just going by conveyor into an open fire, being burnt. Our nations, for a really long time, said, that's not acceptable. We have to do something different. So it took a really long time. It took us over 8 years, but what you see in the bottom right-hand corner is the MLTC biomass facility attached to Norsask Forest Products. We now take all 56,000 oven-dried tons of waste from that sawmill and use it to create 8.3 megawatts of electricity. So for us, as Indigenous people, we look at this as in a circular way. It has a beginning and it has an end, and it comes right back to the beginning again. The sustainable forest management goes all the way from the harvesting all the way back to the reforestation. The use of the tree goes all the way back. So I'm hoping today that I'm able to share more about that. You look at it externally, I guess it's a really nice image to look at, but let me tell you, running a biomass facility and managing biomass, forestry biomass, is a very, very difficult endeavor, and hopefully we're able to share some of that with you today.
Thank you, Tina. I would like to invite Mahima, please.
Hi, good morning, everybody. It's great to be here this morning. My name is Mahima Sharma. I work as the Vice President of Innovation, Environment, and Climate Policy with Forest Products Association of Canada. Oh, my slides are not. Oh, I just pressed. There we go. Okay. All right, so Forest Products Association of Canada is the national trade association that provides the voice for wood, pulp, paper, and wood-based bioproducts, both nationally and internationally, in government, trade, and environmental affairs. The topic of this panel today is national and regional challenges. I think it's important to first highlight what are some of the opportunities that forest biomass can play towards the transition to a low-carbon economy before discussing what the challenges are that prevent us from reaching the full potential of each of these opportunities. So with Canada being home to 9% of the world's forests, the forest products industry directly employs 205,000 people, plays an important role in the Canadian economy, and plays an essential role in the transition to a low-carbon economy. There are 3 key pathways that we must consider when we think about how the forest products sector can help reach net zero goals. The first one is reducing direct carbon emissions in forest products sector operations. The second one is reducing emissions in other sectors and the built environment by substituting out more energy-intensive materials and non-renewable products for forest products. And the last one is increasing the resilience and carbon sequestration capacity of Canadian managed forests. So I'm going to spend my time talking about all 3 of these points, but a particular focus on the first 2, because these are the areas where we have the most degree of influence. So as we consider the full life cycle perspective of the sector, I'll be focusing mostly on mill operations and substitutions in my opening remarks. So converting wood into usable materials is an energy-intensive process. The forest products has done a lot to date. We have reduced our GHG emissions by 55% since 1990. We have some key opportunities that are still ahead of us, and we need to work to realize these. Some of these key opportunities, if we consider the pulp and paper sector, are lime kiln decarbonization and bioenergy carbon capture and storage, as well as reduced consumption of electricity. These are some examples where government can help support through funding programs, incentives to scale key technologies like lime kiln decarbonization and BECCS, and well-designed regulatory policies, such as the Clean Electricity Regulation, to ensure that biomass plays a key role in making the grid net zero by 2035. Additionally, if we think about our forest sector operations, the harvesting equipment and the transportation, there's opportunity there to electrify some of the trucks and the equipment that's used there by using alternative fuels and more efficient use of biomass. And finally, or well, not finally yet, but increasing the carbon that's stored in products by substituting forest products in place of more energy-intensive materials. So if we think about long-lived wood products, they're a great solution because they can store carbon for long periods of time. And this really presents a key opportunity when we're looking to decarbonize the building sector. The manufacturing process of shaping wood into a form that's usable in construction reduces far fewer GHG emissions than alternatives such as steel and cement. The forest products materials can also be used in building retrofits, and we have some key policies as well around here, such as the Canada Green Building Strategy, the Greening Government Strategy, and the LCA Squared Initiative. These are some key federal policies which must continue to be supported and must be well designed to help enable the use of wood in mass timber construction or in decarbonizing the building sector. And then also substitution of forest biomass in place of fossil fuel incentives, such as biochemicals, biomaterials, and bioproducts. And finally, it is imperative that we continue to see support of biomass residuals as a sustainable, low-carbon option for energy use by government. This would help Canada to improve its competitiveness in the face of similar incentives that we've seen in the US, such as the USA Inflation Reduction Act. I'll just close quickly by saying, if we consider the example of a building, we can look at a solution where wood can play a massive role in decarbonizing the full building. So for example, if we think about a sustainable building solution, we would have the building envelope that would be built out of cross-laminated timber or glulam timber, the energy systems that are running on biofuel. Wood fiber insulation presents a big opportunity in the future. The interiors of the building would be made out of wooden furniture. There'd be a green roof, and you could have lignin-based asphalt on the outside as well. So the timing is right for these, for all of these actions right now, because the federal priorities right now include an affordable housing issue, as well as supporting Canada's transition towards a green economy, while also supporting the creation of good jobs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mahima. Now I'd like to invite Evelyne Tifo, please.
Hi, I'm Evelyne Tifo. I'm a professor in forest ecology and management at Laval University in Quebec City. Oops. Okay, so when we do forest harvesting, when you want to take out of the forest a log of sound wood quality, so our high quality log, so we heard how important wood for material use is for climate change mitigation, so it's a great material to use. But when you take out a log of sound wood quality, you also bring with it a basket of other products. And this is even more true in region where we apply an ecosystem management approach. So we promote diversity in forest stands, in forest landscapes. So that means when you do harvesting, you have a diversity, you end up with a diversity of biomass qualities. So it gives headaches to foresters in the field, but at the same time, it represents a diversity of opportunities for innovations. So we can make conventional wood products, but it means because we have a high diversity in the biomass qualities, it leaves space for new bioproducts and bioenergy. So it's true that there is an ecological limit on the amount of wood, of biomass that is available from a Canadian forest, but we are very far from reaching that limit. So those are examples of harvesting in Quebec. So those are biomass and logs that were left in the forest because they didn't meet the requirements of the regional industrial sector because they were too degraded, so they could not meet the current quality demand of the sawmills. So it all represents opportunities for developing new products. So before we valorize all this biomass, we have a lot of work to do, so we are quite far from using all that wood. So before we reach the ecological limit of forest, I'm confident that there is a lot of place for development of new bioproducts and bioenergy. And I have a PhD in forest ecology, so when I see that, I'm quite confident. And the fact that we leave that in the forest, there are also ecological consequences. So the last summer, we saw the high risk of wildfire. So this represents fuels that we leave in the forest, so it increases the risk of wildfires. And also, even in the absence of a fire, there are consequences of leaving that much wood because it makes the regeneration of the forest stand much more complicated and costly. So when you have a diversity of biomass takers in a given stand, it makes all the silvicultural and forest management decisions all easier. However, there are ecological consequences with the forest harvesting. So it's true if you want to take biomass for bioenergy, so it has raised specific concerns from environmental groups, but those concerns, they are also shared with other wood products. So yes, going into the forest landscape, managing forest landscape can have ecological consequences. So you can have negative impacts on the biodiversity, on soil, on water. But luckily, we have lots of research, great data in Canada, and great guidelines, and quite stringent regulations to prevent most of the ecological consequences. And there are a lot of long-term field studies across Canada that can help inform better forest management practices. So yes, adding new products to the basket of wood products, adding bioproducts can increase the worries, the social concerns towards forest sustainability, but you can be ensured that we have lots of research and data to manage that. Thank you.
So I would like to start the discussion with my first question to the panelists. So what do you see now as major challenges and barriers for biomass harvest and use today in Canada, either national challenges or also if they are more regional specific? We can start for the first questions also by alphabetical order. We can start with Will.
That's a great question. I look at it as, you know, I represent over 12,000 producers in just the province of Alberta alone, and the amount of regional differences that we have is it has been eye-opening to me throughout my time in role, whether it be the amount of production that goes on in the Peace Country, which is almost the equivalent amount of crop acres that you have in the entire province of Manitoba, to the issues that some of our irrigated producers have in the south, where we're facing another year of drought. We had a drought year for 2023 in crop production. We've had 2021 was a horrible drought year of 3 of 4 years for drought. Symptoms and weather variability is huge in trying to figure out what available amount for biomass, whether it be crop residue or what production is available to be used into biofuels and renewable diesel and sustainable aviation fuel production down the way is hugely difficult. And each portion of the prairies that you're looking at the agricultural sector with, you're going to have wide variance of production where things like biomass and pulling crop residues off in some parts of the regions that I represent is a non-starter because they need to manage their soil health and their organic matter in order to be good stewards of of their cropland in order to maintain a sustainable level of production. Versus, like I mentioned, the irrigation producers, they have too much crop residues on their lands given an average year, and they are finding alternative uses for it, usually as livestock feed, for example. So there's a really wide array on the regional level that like we can hyper focus in and go into detail if anyone's interested.
Tina, the same question. What are the major challenges right now for biomass use and harvest, and major barriers? Yeah.
I think for us, the biggest thing that we experienced at the Tribal Council was how little support is actually out there for biomass usage. For us, we sell 6.6 megawatts of electricity directly to our Crown utility, Sask Power. That was a very difficult endeavor because utilities are not always welcoming of electricity production from a very expensive process like biomass. The cost of bringing that material in to create the fire that actually burns and creates the electricity is hugely expensive. The capital cost of developing the facility itself is hugely expensive. So for utilities to purchase that power, it becomes a very expensive power. And right now, I would suspect not only in Saskatchewan, but in every province, it's kind of last on people's list. Because if you don't have a sawmill and that waste product delivered to your biomass facility, you couldn't afford to bring it in from the bush and just burn it to create electricity. They would never pay the price for it. So I think that's one of the hugest challenges is there really isn't a push for the use of biomass. And particularly, it kind of irks me that none of our governments, we're a country of excess, and none of our governments seem to be very worried about all of our waste products, whether they're agricultural waste products or wood waste products. Leave it in the bush, push it up into piles, start it on fire. You know, that's not the way to get to carbon neutrality.
Mahima, or?
I think one of the biggest challenges that the forest sector is up against is the risk to the competitiveness of the Canadian sector. If we consider, for example, our relationship with the USA down south, we mustn't understate the importance of having an integrated market between the two countries. So Canada is currently the largest softwood exporter to the US, and the American demand for softwood lumber far exceeds what they actually produce. So Canada helps fill that gap. And so this gap is expected to continue to remain large over the coming years as the US also looks to transition towards more affordable housing solutions and stuff like that. So if we think about some of the provisions that were recently introduced in the US in a post-COVID world, such as the USA Inflation Reduction Act, that is a very aggressive policy that's quite heavy on incentives, and it can really present the risk of eroding the Canadian market's competitiveness. So they also have introduced some buy clean or buy American provisions. So in Canada, in order to remain competitive, I think it's important that there's a couple of things that we need. We need supportive tax credits. So we recently saw in the fall economic statement, biomass was included in the clean technology investment tax credit, as well as a clean electricity tax credit. We need well-designed funding programs as we look to a landscape where the cost of carbon is going to be increasing to $170 a ton by 2030. We need to be able to promote the use of biomass to further displace more fossil-based intensive alternatives. Keep innovating and diversifying export markets is critical. And finally, establishing a national roadmap for the forest product sector so that it can ensure to play in all of these different spaces. Thanks.
Evelyn, same question. Yeah.
I think I'm thinking about last summer with the high number of wildfires. So there was a worry about will the Canadian forest of the future be able to still supply wood for our needs. So that include conventional wood products, but also new products. I said that a lot on the radio last summer. What we know is that the Canadian forest will change in the future under climate change and under increased natural disturbances. But it doesn't mean that the forest will disappear. It will just mean that the feedstock will be different. So we'll have a new species, a different quality, probably lower quality of wood because of increased natural disturbances like wood from wildfires. But it means we need more innovation in the forest product sector, and it means we need new products that can transform lower quality wood, such as wood from wildfires. So I think there's we can see that as a threat, and we have to take that seriously. But we also need to see that as an opportunity to develop innovation and have new products that can put value to the wood that we will have in more supply in the future. And I would say that currently we are developing plans to help increase the resiliency of forest landscapes. Say, okay, we have to plant different species and stuff like that. So we make a lot of plans around that. But that means we need to go into the areas that have been affected by natural disturbances. So we need wood takers of the degraded wood that we have in high abundance this year. So we need the people that can transform this wood. Otherwise, there will be no plan for adaptation of forest landscape. So we need to be able to go in the forest and harvest this wood and put a value to it. So it's an emergency to find ways to transform this wood.
Thank you. So yeah, my second question is around biomass availability. So Evelyn mentioned for the wildfires, we know that there are a lot of factors that we consider that they add uncertainties about how much biomass will be available. So I would like to ask you, do you currently see any major transformations? Is there anticipated changes for biomass availability? So for supply, it can either be with the environmental factors such as wildfires and drought for agriculture, or also for other factors, for example, increase in demand or other reasons, for example, regulatory changes. So who wants to start first? Okay, sure.
I can hop in on that. Yeah, your points on the Inflation Reduction Act, critically important for agriculture in the biofuel space, because what we've seen. Our biofuels feedstock that's produced in Canada is flowing into the U.S. because they're setting up their policy and their regulatory system for the capital investment that we look at in the long term. Again, whether we're looking at as renewable diesel, whether we're looking at sustainable aviation fuel, these are large-scale capital investments that aren't businesses that are set to run for 2, 3, or 5 years. These are 20, 30, 50-year investments in facilities that are going forward. I look in the backyard with what Imperial Oil has done of their renewable diesel facility that they've signaled to the marketplace and said they're expecting to put 1 billion liters of renewable diesel into the Canadian fuel systems, which is a great step forward for where we need to strive towards. But again, the biggest thing for production, in the principal production for agriculture, is the variability of it, whether it be due to weather, due to policy that's negatively impacting farmers' ability to produce primary food and secondary agricultural products like your biomass and crop residues, and doing it in a way that's economically viable and environmentally sustainable. One of the hot button topics in agriculture over the past couple of years has been the emission reductions push that was put forward for 30% emissions reductions from synthetic fertilizer usage. While I'm the first one to say that I think every farmer doesn't want to increase their operational cost any more than they have to, and there's been a ton of innovation that people don't talk about in the industry as to how they're applying fertilizer, how they're growing their crops to be as efficient. I was at a drought conference last week in southern Alberta talking about the usage of AI to efficiently and optimize the amount of water that's put on irrigated lands in order to maximize their whatever water allocation that they may get this year, given some of the circumstances that we're facing for this year. But that type of leading edge innovation is harnessed throughout agriculture, and it's never talked about. And driving back to that, it's being on that leading edge and having agricultural producers understand that they have to look for more innovative ways to sustainably produce agricultural products for food production. When you're looking at principally and foremost, but the ability that it can also be used in other means, and there's even more efficient ways that we can be environmentally sustainable as an industry.
Thank you. Anyone like to answer also the same question? So for biomass availability, yeah. Is there any anticipated changes for many reasons, either environmental or other? Yeah.
Well, I think there's a perceived competition between the biomass usage. But for forestry, it's mostly about cost. So there's a competition for low-cost biomass, so that's for sure. But in terms of the theoretical availability of biomass, there's a lot, and we have examples from other countries when in some regions they don't have enough low-cost biomass, they grow more. So it's a renewable resource, and they adapt forest management practices to produce more biomass. So I don't think we should be too worried about low supplies, because there are so many ways to increase supply and without having a negative impacts on forest ecosystems. So there's a competition in terms of cost, so that's true. But let's put aside the worries about the theoretical ecological availability of biomass.
Anyone would like to add something? Yeah, Tina.
I would agree with that 100%. We can't even figure out what to do with the waste that we're leaving behind now. You know, if you come up to Meadow Lake where I live, there's 4 mills, a pulp mill, an OSB plant, and a sawmill that all operate in northwestern Saskatchewan and are all harvesting out of the same wood basket. You know, making use of that mixed wood forest, using the hardwoods and the softwoods, making sure that it goes to the correct mill. But for all of us, you know, the OSB probably does the best job because it requires a cogeneration in order to do the process to make their OSB panels. But for the pulp mill and for Norsask, we burnt all the waste that you know came from just cleaning up the trees so that we could use it to actually make our end product. And that for all of us, could you imagine the amount of wood? I think between Paper Excellence and MLTC, we take probably almost 2 million cubic meters of wood out of the forest. Can you imagine all the biomass that's laying there that none of us can afford to pick up, grind up, and bring into a biomass facility? So I think we got to step back and really start to think about policies and supports for that. You know, I go back to my comment earlier. Canada is a country of excess. And out of sight, out of mind. Leave it there. We don't need it. And it's all about the cost. So we need to step back a little bit, and that's where government needs to really start thinking.
Mahima? Yeah.
I completely agree with what Evelyn and what Tina said. I think maybe if I reframe the question instead to, you know, I think wildfires are one of our biggest issues. So what if we could instead focus the priority on mitigating some of those fires? So I think some of the biggest challenges right now that Canada has in that regard are the insect outbreaks as well as the wildfires. We have limited influence over some of the natural disturbances that we've seen, and I think the effects of climate change actually exacerbate all of that. 2023, as Evelyn already mentioned, was a very unique year in Canada where we saw record-breaking wildfire seasons. There was more than 18 million hectares of forest burned. That's more than 25 times the amount of annual harvest each year in Canada. So it's really important to increase climate resiliency or forest resiliency, and this could be done through climate-smart forestry practices, implementation. Our friends in the Nordic countries have adopted a lot of these practices, and while we can't replicate the exact same thing that they did here, given the size of the country that we live in and the different jurisdictions within Canada, there are certainly a lot of things we can learn from them. And yeah, I would just say that the forest sector in Canada stands ready to work with the federal government on a bunch of these different initiatives to help support fire mitigation, whether that's through the National Adaptation Strategy, improved fire shed mapping, and providing funds and tools to municipalities and Indigenous communities to help fireproof their communities. Thanks.
Thank you. So before my next question, I would like to mention that after that, I will take also questions from the audience. So if anyone would like to answer any questions, ask any questions. I don't know if there's the microphone. Okay, great. It will be with Simo, so just let him know. And also for the people who are watching online, you could also put your questions in the Q&A, and I will take them after. So I would like to ask one more question to the panelists. Since the objective of this project is to co-develop an evaluation and comparison framework for biomass use. So I would like to hear your opinion more about what is the value of biomass resources, either for the community, the ecosystem, the economy, and the net zero objective, and what we should not forget when we're talking about evaluating biomass usage for different reasons. Yeah. So who wants to go ahead? Yeah. Sure, Mayo.
Okay, so I think the forest product sector is in a unique situation to make a very significant contribution to Canada's net zero goals. Simply put, there is just no path to net zero without the forest product sector and without biomass. With the rapid adoption of new technologies with the appropriate investments in the sector, new enabling policies, the forest product sector can contribute between 18 to 46 million tons of carbon reduction emissions each year annually relative to the current state. Additionally, as I mentioned before in my last response, having climate-smart forestry practices in place can also help to make our forests more resilient, which means less fires and therefore less GHG emissions released from the forest. So I think it's very important that in order for all of this to happen, there needs to be really strong collaboration between all partners, provincial governments, federal governments, industry, academics, and all of that to ensure across the full value chain so that, even as we consider disposal of wood products so that they don't end up in landfills, but rather education to find out what are some of those, education and research to find out what are some of those alternative uses for wood so that we don't need to throw them into landfills when we're done. So, yeah, I think Canada's forests have a real opportunity for a sustainable future in Canada. Thanks.
Thank you. Evelyn, sure. Tina. Yeah. No, Tina, go.
I would just add to what Mahima is saying and just flip that a little bit and look at it from the community perspective, from the Indigenous perspective. So where are the forests? My homeland is where the forests are. Who are the most economically depressed people in this country? Indigenous people are. Where is there an opportunity for economic reconciliation rather than industry taking a resource, creating wealth for the industry, and removing that wealth from the people? There's a huge opportunity here to create community wealth and community involvement by working alongside the Indigenous people. There's also, when you begin to talk about net zero, who understands about that? Indigenous people understand about not taking more from the land than the land can manage and putting back more than what you've taken. So I think there's a real opportunity here as we move forward to net zero to begin to look at carbon, the uses of carbon, and especially the use of biomass to create opportunities. And Mahima said it very well when she said all of those things need to be in place, all of those supports and everything need to be in place in order to create that. But there's a human side to the use of that biomass as well. You know, there's a very, very, very large piece to that. And sometimes we get caught up looking at the economic side of it. Even us as Indigenous people, we couldn't create our biomass facility if it couldn't support itself. How could we run it if it couldn't support itself? We leave and burn that biomass in the bush because we can't afford to bring it to our facility. You know, so I think we have to look at this more in a circular way when we're beginning to look at doing some of these climate smart initiatives and looking at all of these different types of opportunities that are available for us.
Thank you. Evelyn.
Yes, I agree with Madame Rasmussen. I think the social demand towards forestry in terms for the people living on the land, like the indigenous communities, but also the social demand from people living in the cities. They also have high expectations toward the forestry, so it's a high bar, but I think we can meet that. I wanted to say, in terms of what should not be forgotten, the forestry, it's a diversion process, so it creates a lot of different products. So right now we have the conventional products, but if we add the bio products or biofuels, you have to take into account this divergent process, so you cannot look into isolation, the life cycle analysis or the carbon balance of just biofuels. So a lot of scientists, me included, we have done that and just look at the carbon depth of bioenergy, not taking into account that there are other products that come out of the same forest hectare. So it will make life cycle analysis and carbon balance calculations much more complicated if you take that all the products together. But we have to do that, otherwise it makes for unfair conclusions toward bioenergy and bioproducts. So I think we have to embrace this complexity. I think the same for agriculture. You have several products that come out of it. You have to take that into account.
Well,
yeah, I was going to say I wholeheartedly agree from the agricultural sector of the impact of carbon sequestration that goes through in some of the management practices. We see the impact of no tillage over 20 years, where soil health and organic material in soils have improved. You know, the qualifications and getting at the quantifiable metrics that seem to be so important to make those decisions when you're talking about carbon intensity. I know there'll be more discussions later on that, are critically important, and in the industry of agriculture and crop production haven't been taken into consideration for far too long. I look at it as again, the piece for biomass is, in terms of, I hate to use it in economic terms, coming back to it, but a secondary product as opposed to what we're principally doing with agriculture is there to feed the world. And as you know, in the developed nation that we have in Canada, we don't have the same level of food insecurity that's seen globally, and the impact that Canadian agriculture and Canadian crop production has to not just feed our own citizens, but feed people across the world, and the role it has as we talk about climate change and moving forward into it. Canada is uniquely positioned to be one of the few top exporting nations for agriculture and crop productions that can potentially have beneficial impacts from climate change of longer growing seasons, as opposed to a majority of the other regions. So it's one of the unique situations where, if we forget about agriculture, and I use this phrase a lot with my coworkers, and if agriculture isn't at the table, whether it's environmental or it's sustainability, food security, it ends up being on the menu and being left behind. And so, like my biggest push and piece is for working between ministries, between departments, between agencies, federally and interprovincially, with municipalities, to have a holistic approach trying to build sustainability in the agricultural production, because there are ways that we can improve things. There's ways that we can, you know, have secondary sources from crop residues in regions that make sense, that can then fill into the biomass piece. There's the role of moving towards a carbon neutral state, of transitioning from petrochemical diesel fuel to renewable diesel fuel to sustainable aviation fuel, and finding transportation means where we can't have a direct zero carbon source, but factoring in the carbon sequestration that goes through with crop production, or the improved and beneficial practices that are happening on farms across this country can help balance that out to get to a carbon neutrality state.
Anyone would like to add anything before we transition to questions? Yeah. No. Okay, so now we have a bit of time for questions from the audience. If anyone have a question, the microphone is with Simon. Yeah.
Hi, Fred with Advanced Biofuels Canada. I really like the format of this panel. Like, it's leaving a nice amount of room for discussion. So just want to acknowledge that. But the question is around, we're all talking about sustainability, we're talking about responsibility, we're talking about stewardship management, whether it's in the forestry sector, the agricultural sector. But now that we have the clean fuel regulations, this isn't just ESG driven, these are actually regulatory requirements. So I wanted to see what your perspective is. Does the fact that those are required in regulation, does that change the discussion around biomass's suitability for energy and products now that we're not committing to things in the abstract, we're not sort of touting our green credentials, we're actually required to do these things for our national LCFS, which is the CFR. So kind of looking for a reaction for how does the CFR's LUB criteria actually work in practice, and how is that, impacting your industries?
We can start with Mahima.
Sure, thanks Fred for the question. I would say the clean fuel regulation has been a really interesting one as we've watched the development of the reg happen over the past couple of years. The forest sector recently did get clarification on the land use and biodiversity criteria in regards to how several of the different types of biomass would be treated, and those were all very helpful to know. Particularly, for example, the biomass that is exempt from having to, do the declaration and all of that. So we've seen some positives. But the short answer to your question is, I think it puts a requirement in place that gives an opportunity for the forest product sector to play more of a role. I think these opportunities already existed before the clean fuel regulation came along. However, it just opens the door for more opportunities. For example, if we were to look at certain bioproducts that we can create out of biomass at forest sector facilities, and the opportunity that those can play through credit creation at pulp and paper mills that can be purchased by other upstream users that are looking to decarbonize. So it's a positive for sure to have the clean fuel regulation in place. But again, I always do come back to you get the true benefit of that regulation when that regulation is really well designed. And when a regulation is not well designed, that's when it creates more barriers actually than opportunity. And we've reached a good spot on the clean fuel regulation, but it was a lot of work to get there. So I just leave it at that.
Well, yeah.
It's a great start. It's a great starting point, and you know what? It's pushing from the innovation and investment side of things. It's a sign that is driving there in terms of capital investment. I mean, if it wasn't for the CFR, the Imperial Oilers facility, I would have I would highly suspect that would never have been completed, right? But it's not, it on its own isn't going to save the day. It's a collaborative effort and continuation upon that that's going to drive more innovation and the investment where it gets to a commercial viability level, where it's economically viable to put in these facilities, and it makes sense financially that when you're sitting in meetings with VCs or you know, petrochemical engineers with their PhDs that are designing new ways and new technologies to handle biomass and be more efficient with it. It's all great, but the supportive regulation is there, but it still needs to continue to move in that direction in order to drive more investment, more development, and make it a bigger industry than it is today.
Thank you. Anyone would like to add to the question? Okay, so we have time for another question from the audience. I don't know if there's questions online too. Yeah, I see a hand there. Yeah.
Hi, Jean Blair with Churchlight Bioresources. I guess one comment, and then I've got a question, mostly probably for Tina. I would just say with the clean fuel regulation, I think there's a major sort of missed opportunity there for biomass when solid biomass fuels were not included. The question, though, for Tina is around the power purchase agreement with SaskPower. So I'm wondering sort of how did you end up coming to an agreement that worked for both parties? And I guess sort of on top of that, in the end, did they end up valuing things like the reliability of biomass power, the fact that you don't need batteries to back it up, it's dispatchable, it can be your baseload power. Did those things factor in when you came to an agreement?
Yes, absolutely, it did. I think SaskPower very much looks at our biomass project as a pilot for them to understand how this actually can and will work as well. But you have to understand, as a Crown utility, they're very, very stuck to pricing, right? So that's the bottom line for everything. It's not only the need for public policy to be able to, and grants and all of that, to build these facilities. You also need to be able to create power purchase agreements that actually will pay in order to really recognize what it takes to operate these facilities. So all of that is still in progress with SaskPower, shall we say, because things change. We negotiated our power purchase agreement in 2018. It's now 2024. Prices are not the same. We came through COVID. Prices are not the same. But with Crown corporations and a utility like SaskPower, and I would suspect all utilities, they locked you in at that price, they expect you to produce it for that price. And if that becomes unachievable, then you've got to reopen and renegotiate your power purchase agreement. So I don't know that biomass has been a good experience for SaskPower, because in Saskatchewan, we still have coal plants that are producing electricity at 5, 6, and 7 cents a kilowatt. Or they're using the abundance of water, hydro. We can buy cheap hydro from northern Manitoba in comparison to the 14 and 15 cents a kilowatt hour. So there has to be some real change, and the idea or the talk around policy, and regulation is very important, because that requires a utility like SaskPower to do something different. SaskPower never even really considered renewables in Saskatchewan, until the last couple of years. Now all of a sudden we've got 400 megawatts of wind going in and 300 megawatts of solar going in the course of a year. So it's very much the same way with biomass. That it's got to be looked at in a circular manner, and there has to be the policy piece. Government has to put a little bit of pressure on them, because they're never going to look at it because of the cost of it. And there's no way, I don't know how you can get away from the cost of it. But on the other side of it, it's a renewable resource. You're creating electricity from a renewable. Standing alone, it's net zero. It does exactly what it says it can do, and then you add carbon sequestration to it, and you drop things the opposite way. So it definitely is the future for us in terms of carbon, but everything's got to get right to actually make it work.
Thank you. I see the time is up, so before I end the session, anyone would like to add a final remark? Okay.
I'd just like to say thank you very much again to Louis and Roberta and everyone at the IET for bringing myself out. Like I said before, if agriculture is not at the table, we feel like we're at the menu. We're on the menu, so we're happy to be here and raise a voice for that. For anyone in the audience or anyone online, feel free to reach out over the course of the day, and happy to continue our discussions.
Thank you. Thank you to all our panelists for your participation today. It's really appreciated, and looking forward for the discussions during the day. I will give the microphone back to be now. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Merci, merci tout le monde. Je crois que ça met la table pour le reste de la journée. Bien intéressant. Maintenant, on commence la ronde des premières présentations. Nous aurons 2 présentations jusqu'au dîner pour ensuite revenir en discussion en panel. La première présentation sera par Romain Chaffanjon, de SMIA Consultants, qui travaille, on connaît SMIA depuis un certain temps, nous, mais ils vont nous présenter cette fois une nouvelle approche à la modélisation, en fait une extension de la modélisation qu'ils font déjà, notamment sur comment la demande en bioénergie va changer, si on aspire à aller vers la carboneutralité. Comment l'exercice de modélisation fait avec le Service canadien des forêts et comment plutôt conceptualiser la prise de décision dans l'utilisation des produits de la biomasse. Alors j'inviterai Romain à venir sur scène. Voilà, c'est bien. C'est pour les slides. Oui, c'est ça. On commence avec le vert.
Okay. Bonjour à tous et à toutes. Hello to everyone. I'm Romain Chaffanjon and I'm an energy system modeler with SMIA. I'm very glad to be here today to present to you some very interesting work we did about the optimal development of the Canadian forest sector for both climate change mitigation and economic growth. Well, SMIA, in brief, for those who don't know us, we are a modeling and consulting firm founded in 2013 based in Canada. We provide integrated system modeling for strategic decision-making in North America and globally in the 4 continents. We are now a team of 10 modelers with very strong analytical skills, including engineering, mathematics, and economics. We have some experience in policy modeling and analysis with more than 20-year experience across SMIA. We are based in Montreal, Vancouver, and Grenoble, and we work in English, Spanish, French, and Russian. Well, the agenda for today will be first to present to you to contextualize the work, so I will present the project goals. Then we will go into the detail of NATEM for those who don't know the model. I will present to you some analysis and methodology update we did in the model for this specific project. And then we'll go through the results and the key findings from the analysis. Well, this project was in collaboration with Natural Resources Canada, and it aims to develop a model with the capacity to define strategies for optimal use of harvested wood product. Along this presentation, we will call that HWP, so for you to understand. And the second objective, of course, was to better understand the forest sector contribution in achieving climate targets and economic development. Well, NATEM. So in a nutshell, NATEM is the most comprehensive energy system for net zero pathways we own in Canada. In terms of spatial disaggregation, we model the 13 provinces and territories within Canada. We model 9 census regions in the US, as well as California, New York, and Texas. And we model Mexico as one region. We use a flexible approach for time period resolution. We use an annual database, technology database from 2016 to 2060. We have a flexible time period definition. We use some hourly database for key parameters, especially in the electrical field. And we have a flexible subannual disaggregation, seasonal and intraday. Of course, we are a technology model. So it means that we model all the economic sector, energy and non-energy sectors. We have more than 75 demands for energy service in each region. I mean by that, it can be square meter of building or ton of cement. So it can be many different things. We model more than 5,000 technologies per region. and more than 500 commodities also per region. We replicate the GHG inventory for Canadian census and provinces with the national inventory. Well, just to illustrate the fact that NATEM is really a technology model, so we model all the energy supply chain from the resource supply. So for example, biomass harvesting to the demand for energy service use, so the use of this biomass in space heating in buildings. So we model, of course, production, conversion, and transportation technologies, as well as end-use technologies. In terms of input, output, NATEM is taking a lot of input data. Of course, we are taking some economic and energy input, including the energy service demand, the demand price elasticities, the price of imported goods and services, the reserve supply curves, and discount rate. We modeled some policies to make some policy analysis, including GHG caps for net zero scenarios, some taxes, and of course, sector-specific measures, including provincial and federal measures. And the biggest, I would say, element, the biggest database we have in NATEM would be its techno-economic database, which is a very exhaustive techno-economic database, including, of course, all the relevant technical and economic variables, including efficiencies of technologies, investment cost with projection over time. And all of this data enable us to have a very rational model which computes the equilibrium between supply and demand across the energy system. So we can provide a lot of output, including the technology investment roadmap to achieve GHG emission target. We, of course, provide some emission trajectories, marginal prices for energy and material commodities, and the discounted cost of the system. Well, for this project, we did a lot of development. Actually, NATEM is a constant development model. And for this specific model, we extended the representation of harvested wood product for the construction sector. So we model the wood harvesting process now. We model also the wood processing mills, and of course the construction, domestic demand, and international export. We now capture interplays between the different building construction material in the model. So we had the iron and steel and the cement supply chain, which were already modeled. We now integrate the wood supply chain, and we linked all of these materials into the construction model, into the construction sector. So the model is now able to build actual buildings. Of course, we capture interplay between short pulp and paper biofuels and long-lived harvested wood product, which will be mainly used in the construction sector. I speak about lumber, plywood, and so on. Of course, we capture all of that by Canadian jurisdiction, and for this specific project, we extended the final year of the model to 2070. Well, let's see in detail what we actually modeled in the new version of NATEM. So what we can see here is in the left side, you can see the previous version of NATEM, and in the right side, you can see how it's now modeled in the new version of NATEM. Typically, here we are speaking about the wood harvesting supply chain. So previously, we modeled the forestry sector as an economic sector, taking some energy input, providing some exogenous demand, and having some GHG emission. We also had some supply curves for biomass, which goes to the bioenergy sector, and the biomass, which goes to the pulp and paper industry. But all of this wasn't really linked, so we didn't have a holistic approach for the modeling. What we did in this new version of model is very different. And now the very basis of the modeling, it's what we call the forest management strategy. A forest management strategy is an amount of biomass which can be harvested per year, and the corresponding carbon sink of the wood harvested. So we start with that. We can now model the harvesting of the wood, which is modeled as a technology in the model. And we harvest different quality of wood from one wood to residues and other waste wood. These different type of wood are then allocated to the different end uses, including bioenergy production, pulp and paper mills, or it can be left in the forest. The model can decide whether or not it would be effective. And of course, it can go to the other type of wood mill, including plywood, OSB mills. The second step of the supply chain, we actually model with a lot of details, is the sawmills, OSB mills, and plywood mills. So now each of those mills are able to produce different refined quality of wood. Of course, lumber, which goes to the construction, but also some waste energy, such as oak fuel or pulp chip. So yeah, each of these mills provides some wood product, and then this wood product can be allocated to the different sector within the energy system, including the construction sector. It can be exported to the US as a construction material or bioenergy. It can be sent to the pulp and paper mills. It can be sent to the bioenergy production, to landfill, or to industrial boilers. An important point you must notice is that the carbon stock of harvested wood product is accounted at the production point. So the emission of exported harvested wood product are already accounted in Canada's inventory. And the last step of disaggregation of NATEM is actually the disaggregation of the construction sector. So previously, we modeled construction sector as an economic sector. So basically, as a forestry, it was taking some energy, producing a demand, and some emission associated. Now it's very different because we linked material flow within the construction sector. So it's actually taking cement, steel, as well as wood. The model is now able to build two types of building, wood buildings and non-wood buildings, would be steel and concrete. And we further disaggregated the model with 8 subsectors, so non-building construction, commercial building, and residential building, and we have different height for those buildings. So each of these subsectors will have different penetration rate, maximum penetration rate of wood-based building. Well, what about the scenario we are going to run in the model? So in this table, you can see that we are going to run 4 different scenarios. The main goal of the project was really to benchmark the impact of the new modeling compared to the previous version of NATEM. So we are going to run 2 types of scenario, the base scenario and the FMS scenario. The base would be based on the previous version of NATEM, which used the carbon neutral assumption to account for biogenic emission. The FMS scenario is much more different. It's using the NATEM CFS model, and the way to account for biogenic emission, now it's different. We're using the CBM CFS model, which is a model which simulates the dynamic of carbon stock within the forest. It's compliant with the IPCC guidelines, so it's a very strong model, and this is the model where we take our forest management strategies. So yes, we are going to model 4 main scenarios, 2 reference, 2 net zero, and then we'll go to the sensitivity scenario where we are going to assess a new forest management strategy with the NATEM CFS model. So we can go to what those forest management strategy are. We have 2 indicators. First, the biomass sequestration potential, and second, the harvesting potential. what we can actually see is that when we use the carbon neutral assumption, we have between 1.5 and 2 tons of CO2 per ton of biomass harvested, which is actually the stoichiometric approach. You know how much of carbon you have in your biomass, and so you calculate the equivalent of CO2. But now with the forest management strategy, we have values which are kind of different. For FMS1, which is the current forest management strategy, we have between 1 and 1.2 tons of CO2 per ton of biomass harvested. In the FMS2, which will be used for the sensitivity, it will be very different. We'll have a drop, a fall of the carbon sink, reaching almost 0 carbon sink by 2060. Well, one of the main insights, one of the main results we can get from NITEM is the greenhouse gas emission. What we can actually see is that the FMS scenario have higher GHG emission than the base scenario. That means including all the harvested wood product supply chain and the new way to account for biogenic assumption will increase in the model the resulting GHG emission. So at this point, what we could conclude would be that the carbon neutral assumption for biomass emission may not be completely accurate, and that we will have to deal with an update of the methodology. If we watch in detail the GHG emission per scenario and per year, actually we see that the forest sinks do not counterbalance anymore the harvested wood product and other biogenic emissions, and this doesn't counterbalance for all period in the model. We see that it is driven, of course, by the HWP and waste sector, and the sink does not compensate anymore. A second insight we can get from the GHG emission per sector is that the bioenergy plus CCS doesn't have any more high penetration in our solution because it shows lower potential for emission sequestration. And the last, and I would say the main insight we can get from this graph is actually the red bar, which is the penetration of the direct air capture technology within the FMS scenario. So we can see that we would need 5 times more DAC in the FMS scenario. Well, 5 times more is a lot. It's a bit scaring. So maybe I should be more precise on this point. Actually, we are accounting for all the biogenic emission in the positive, but we are not accounting for all the sinks. So we are accounting for the forest sink, but not the cropland, nor the wetland, and so on. So to qualify my statement, yes, we would need more DAC, up to 5 times more, but it's still uncertain. About final energy consumption, so this is one of the other output that NITEM can give, and which is very interesting. We can see that in the FMS scenario, this time we have 50% less bioenergy in the scenario. That means that bioenergy is better used in other sectors. A second insight would be that we see now in the solution very expensive e-fuels, including sustainable aviation fuel, yes, and synthetic methane fuel. And when we see that in the solution, it means that the marginal carbon abatement cost is very high in the model. And the last point, which is linked to the penetration of DAC, is that we have a higher electricity requirement to reach net zero in the FMS scenario. So it would be driven by 3 main drivers. The first one is that we have less bioenergy availability, so we would need more electricity to substitute this unavailability. We have more DAC, and so DAC is very electricity intensive, so of course we'll need more electricity. And we produce some synthetic fuels, which are e-fuels, and actually it's also very electricity intensive. About biomass feedstock consumption, so we see that in the FMS scenario, most of the biomass feedstock shift to the long-lived harvested wood product, which is very different than the base scenario. In the base, we have a lot of electricity production, a lot of bioenergy production, and now we have much more of long-lived harvested wood product. And it seems that the model likes it. It's enabled to sequestrate a lot of carbon. We also see that we have more allocation in the industry and building sector because as we have less sequestration potential, this is a way to increase the energy efficiency, which would be the second service that biomass can provide. Well, let's have a little talk about the sensitivity. So, little reminder, we now study two different forest management strategy. We have FMS1, which has a quite high forest sink, and which is the current forest management strategy. And we have FMS2, which is a low carbon sink forest management strategy, but with a higher harvesting potential. What we see by 2050 is that we don't have any more sinks in the FMS2, and so this non-negative emission should be compensated. That's why we see an increase of DAC within the solution. We also see a decrease of the remaining GHG emission with higher efficiencies and higher fuel switch within the economic sectors. What is very interesting when we see how the model is actually handling this biomass is that reaching net zero tends to optimize the carbon emission of the harvested wood product along its supply chain. So I can summarize it in three main insights. The first one is that we have no longer residues which are left in the forest because they will decompose and create emission anyway. The second insight is that the residues are diverted from landfill, which also produce some biogenic emission and doesn't produce a lot of energy. And the third insight is that we have more residues which are allocated to the secondary energy production in the net zero scenario. Well, and when we see FMS2, we know that we have more harvesting potential. And so we can ask where this additional harvesting potential goes. Actually, we see that it goes to the bioenergy production as well as the long-lived harvested wood product. A new, very interesting functionality the model now has is the capacity to build actual buildings. So as it's a new capability, I just want to show you how impressive it is. So we see two different trends, first in the reference case and another trend in the net zero case. What we see in the reference case is that we see an increase of the harvested wood product penetration, but not a lot of increase. But what we see, which is very interesting, is that the steel is largely replaced by concrete. And so the steel reached its bottom value by 2060. We let the model have some flexibility, on the share between concrete and steel to build actual buildings. What we see in net zero scenario is very different. In this scenario, we see that the concrete is decreasing a lot, while the iron and steel production stay relatively flat, and the harvested wood product is actually increasing a lot. We are reaching the upper boundary we can have in the building construction. And yes, and all the harvested wood product for construction, which is additional harvested wood product, will be exported to the US in the model. Well, I will have 4 key findings for you today. One, use of harvested wood products for building construction may be more optimal than energetic uses in achieving climate targets. Second, enter the time horizon used for modeling. GHG emissions impacts from biomass use may be significantly higher than what expected under the carbon neutral assumption. 3, GHG emission accounting should evolve at some point to a net-net approach for land use change, and forestry emissions accounting as part of the emission target, and therefore it would avoid the carbon leaks related to the carbon neutral assumption. 4, research should inform policy making to optimize near and long-term sequestration potential of forest and other carbon sinks through sustainable forest management practices. Of course, we are using a model. Each model has some limitation and some possible development to improve the model. We did a lot, but we still have some additional development. The first one would be that the E3 model NATEM is not yet soft-linked with the CBM-CFS model, which of course limit the number of scenarios that can be provided within the solution. A second possible development and limitation would be that the shifts in forest management strategies and end uses have some impacts on the long term which are not captured by the model. I tell about 200, 2,100 and beyond. Of course, concrete substitution potential in the construction sector should be assessed more finely. It could be assessed more finely by building type and height to represent the diverse technical potential of wood construction. We have some limitation also on how we see the export. Of course, Canada's ability to export its harvested wood product depends on a lot of factors that range from trade dispute, competitiveness, and GHG emission abatement in those exporting countries. And last possible development and also limit I want to point out is that additional development on land use change, and forestry sectors should be conducted to align with UNFCCC guidelines and integrate extensively the carbon sinks within the NATEM model. Well, thank you for listening. I hope you have some questions. Just before ending, I want you to acknowledge that most of the modeling work has been modeled by my colleague Marie, which couldn't attend today because she's actually in France, so it's a bit far. I must also thank all of those who support the project and helped us to collect all the data we needed for the modeling. Thank you.
Most likely. Maybe a quick one because we have 2 minutes.
Okay, I guess my question is, from what I understand about the CBM-CFS model, it models only the wood that's harvested and not the rest of the forest. Is that correct? Is that the way it's being treated here too? So it's only the harvested wood products are entering into the model?
Well, I will use the CBM-CFS. Actually, it's 2 inputs. Well, the quantity of biomass which can be harvested per year, so we have like a supply curve with a quantity, and the corresponding ton of CO2 sink of the forest. So using those 2 data, we are able to compute some solution in NATEM. What happened actually in CBM-CFS is out of scope in our part of the model.
Okay, so is the forest that's not harvested, that's remaining in the forest, is that being captured in the
It's
in
already
the model?
captured in CBM-CFS, actually. Part of the residues will be left in the forest, and so we have a quantity which can be harvested, which already account for some which are already left in the forest.
Yeah, in the area that's harvested, but what about the area that's not harvested? Because this whole carbon neutrality assumption is based not on the wood that's harvested, it's the forest that's still there that's growing. So as long as you're removing less biomass or less wood overall than what is growing on an annual basis, if you take out less than what grows, it's neutral. So if you're not accounting for that 99.9% of the forest that's not harvested, you're not really getting the whole picture.
No, that's the goal of using the output of CBM model, is that we have a consistent series of what we take from the forest and what is left in terms of carbon sink. So what we take from CBM is a consistent output of data that are compatible together. So the different management, forest management strategy represent, like for example, different ratio of what you take and what is left. So it's exactly what we take. Yes, yeah, but as an input. So we had no other option but to use the CBM model to do that.
Kathleen Vaillancourt, by the way, the owner and founder of ESMIA. So the time is up, but if there is some more question, if you want to cut on your break time, I'm happy to take a question. Or if you crave for coffee, then just say thanks to, there's a question there? Make it quick.
Hello, Serge Bédard, Natural Resources Canada. If you go to your second to last slide, the first bullet point, yeah, I try to understand the first point is use harvested wood product for building construction may be more optimal than energetic use in achieving climate change target. I'm not sure I understand why there is kind of a dichotomy between the two, because normally the wood product, the lumber and stuff that can be used for building is used first, and anything that remains would be used for energetic. So why there is kind of a that they are put like in opposite in that sentence, I found. Maybe my question is not clear.
Yeah, I understand completely. Well, those two usages are very, as you told, like complementary. Most of the roundwood will be used in the building construction, and the residues will be better used for bioenergy, pulp and paper, and so on. What we see is actually when we increase, the harvested wood potential in the FMS2, that it's allocated both in the construction as well as the bioenergy. So both are optimal, but it depends on the quality of the biomass, as you told.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
One more question, or we go to the break? Before going to the break, then I would like to thank again Romain for that great presentation. Thank you.
2, 2, 2, A. 1, 2, 2, A. All right. We can talk to just Zoom right now.
Okay, we lost the audio or what? Lost our why? No, I can't do anything.
There's somebody chatting on Zoom.
Oh wait, no, maybe not. Yeah, because I forgot to load the music.
Do you have a freeze button?
It's OBS.
Yeah, do you have a freeze button on your switcher?
No, I don't think so. I don't think there is a freeze on it.
Although...
No, there is no freeze.
What if you just went to the network, you break hold slide for the Zoom, and then...
Yeah, I can do that, huh?
And then you come back.
I can do this. And I can do this.
Yeah.
How do I loop the audio?
Or actually tried to use OBS. So, hey, loop. Look at that. We're just doing a Zoom audio test. Just quick. Sorry to bother you. Do you just want to give us a thumbs up to make sure you can hear us okay? Just hold on one moment. I'm going to put on some headphones to see if I can hear you back. Sorry, sir, do you just want to speak just a few seconds more? Oh, right on. Yeah, I can hear you. That's awesome. Thank you very much. You can hear us okay? Great, perfect. Thank you very much. Know in the chat, I imagine, when you're going to be live. Oh, yeah? Will be off. Yeah, we're just on the break right now. Yeah. So I guess I hear that the MC is actually just going to call you verbally for your presentation. So yeah, sweet. Thanks.
Bonjour. Rebonjour. Je vous demanderai de regagner vos places, s'il vous plaît. Votre attention, s'il vous plaît. Je vous demanderai de vous rasseoir puisqu'on va reprendre dans moins de 30 secondes. Merci. Alors, la prochaine présentation par Eranda de la Régie de l'énergie du Canada, où on va parler c'est un complément de ce qui a été publié dans le Canada's Energy Futures 2023, où on va voir comment le rôle de la bioénergie va être transformé dans l'atteinte de la carboneutralité. Alors, je crois qu'on a notre présentateur en ligne. Et si c'est le cas, voilà. Hello, you hear us?
Hello.
Okay, so the floor is yours.
Thank you. Okay. So thank you. Thank you for having us, giving us this opportunity to speak in this very important forum. Unfortunately, we couldn't be there in person, but we are connecting online today. What we will be looking today at is how the bioenergy demand and supply outlook will be in a net zero Canada, relevant to Canada's Energy Futures report that we published as a Canada Energy Regulator in June last year. So a little bit on Canada Energy Regulator and what we do. Yes, as most of you probably know, that we are the independent federal regulator for pipeline infrastructure and also electricity transmission lines that are designated either as provincial or international. But within some of our core responsibilities, it is also the a function of energy information. That means we have a responsibility to provide timely and relevant energy information products or energy information to Canadians. And one of the important products or energy information products that we have is the Canada Energy Futures report, which is a series of reports that we have been publishing since 1967. And it looks at the long-term outlook of how the energy future is going to look for Canadians in the long term. In EF 2023, or the last iteration of this report, we looked at achieving net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050. We have looked at achieving net zero emissions by 2050 for electricity sector in Energy Futures 2021, but this is the first time that we have looked at a net zero for the whole economy. So, little bit on the Energy Futures 2023 study design and how it all works out. In Energy Futures study design, we have three different scenarios. Two of them are net zero scenarios, and one we have what we call the current measure scenario, which is similar to a business as usual case. What differs between the net zero scenarios and the current measure scenarios is one thing is the policies that we consider. In current measure scenario, we only consider any policy that is currently in place, that is already active. In the net zero scenarios, we, in addition to the current policies, we model any announced policies such as clean electricity regulations, EV vehicles mandate, or something like oil and gas cap has been modeled in that scenario. In addition to that, because we need to reach the net zero goal by 2050, we take into account any hypothetical future climate policy assumptions. Also, on the technology front, on the current measure scenario, we have a limited technological progress or modest technological progress, whereas in the net zero scenarios, you have more rapid or more faster technological progress and more faster commercialization of some of the upcoming technologies. So the difference between the two net zero scenarios, which we call the global net zero scenario and the Canada net zero scenario, is they are both net zero scenarios for Canada, but on the global scale, there's a difference of action. That means in the global net zero scenario, we expect the outcome to be consistent with the 1.5 centigrade outcome that is as agreed by with the Paris climate agreement. But in the Canada net zero scenario, there's increasing action, but that action happens at the lower rate or slower rate, and it is not consistent with the 1.5 centigrade outcome. So those are the three main scenarios we have, and the assumptions behind the study design and the scenario design. And in our study, we recognize bioenergy as an impactful industry or a critical industry for achieving net zeros. It provides not just a single solution, a multitude of solutions. Bioenergy can provide clean fuels, which is the main resource we have to meet clean fuel standards. And also it provides clean electricity. One thing about electricity on this front is that we talk about renewable electricity a lot, but bioelectricity also a dispatchable renewable energy resource. So it gives a certain advantage over sometimes solar and wind when you have to have a dispatchable renewable energy resource. It can also provide clean hydrogen. And one thing we found out in our study is also the role that bioenergy can play in through net negative technologies, specifically if you combine carbon capture and storage technologies with bioenergy, or as we've heard in some of the other presentations, BECS, it can provide net negative solutions. So the bar graph shown on the bottom right here, it shows in our global net zero scenario how the emissions are going to look like. As you can see, we cannot reach zero emissions in all the sectors. So there'll be some leftover emissions. These are hard to abate emissions that is going to be there. So that accounts for about 150 megatons of carbon dioxide equivalents. And that 150 megatons is offsetted by net negative technologies. And two of them come directly from the bioenergy industry, that is bioelectricity and biohydrogen, combined with CCS technologies can provide two of the negative emission solutions. And also, as this forum would know, we have land use and land use change and forestry sector that is quite integrated with bioenergy sector. That also provides a big chunk of the net negative solution that you see in the graph. So the role is clear when it comes to bioenergy, and how big that role is. We have to understand how big that role is through some of the modeling that I'm going to discuss right next. So as I've said before, energy futures modeling is a full economy model. So the picture on the right, on the blue background, is what you would see in our report. If you have read Energy Futures 2023 report, this is probably what you have seen. And so I have expanded that purple square on the left to show what is happening a layer below, especially on the bioenergy demand and supply modeling side. We have 4 models collaboratively working to develop demand and supply results. We have an energy demand model, electricity supply model, hydrogen supply model, and a bioenergy supply model. So these 4 models work iteratively to provide the results that you will see today. And demand model, of course, projects bioenergy types such as liquid biofuel demand, renewable natural gas demand, and also biofuels used for heating and some other industrial applications. Electricity supply model, of course, bioelectricity demand is projected through electricity supply model, and hydrogen supply model, of course, projecting hydrogen demand. Bioenergy supply model, of course, supports all these models through bioenergy supply data and providing resource data to these models, and projecting bioenergy supply side for our report. In addition, that we communicate, or we this bioenergy supply model supports the non-energy emissions analysis that we do in some of the non-energy emission sectors. So that is the modeling. Our overall modeling looks like brief. Some of these are still in development. Some of these linkages were done at quite high level during our last iteration, but this is more like the anticipated modeling outlook or modeling framework. And we hope to have a little bioenergy box there in the blue image on the right, and in the next iteration, hopefully. Then little bit detail on how our bioenergy supply model works. It takes into account about 30 different feedstocks, and we have 8 different bioenergy products that I mentioned in the previous slide. And instead of looking at a single product or a single feedstock, we look at the integrated solution to bioenergy supply, taking into account all the feedstocks and all the products. And I've highlighted some of the parameters and some of the considerations that goes into developing those results. Of course, although we have 30 feedstock, the results that you will see will be categorized into 6 categories as shown in the image on the right: 2 energy crops, crop residue, forestry and forest residue, livestock residue, and urban residue. The idea of our supply model or bioenergy supply model is to answer 3 questions. One is the availability. The next one is supply, how much we have, and how do we have enough? Those 2 questions. Then where are we going to use it? Which feedstocks goes where? That's something that we are trying to figure out through our bioenergy supply model. So getting into some results. Bioenergy demand in the graph shown on the right, it shows the demand increase in current measures, global net zero scenario, and Canada net zero scenario on the 3 scenarios. Also on the secondary axis, what is shown in the secondary axis are those black bullets that shows the percentage contribution to the final energy mix through bioenergy. So you see the demand increases significantly in both the global net zero scenario and Canada net zero scenario. And the contribution to final energy mix is about 17% in global net zero scenario, although the total increase in energy is lower than Canada net zero scenario. The final energy demand in the global net zero scenario is a lower value. So as a result, the contribution from bioenergy is a little higher value. So key trends that you see here is that bioelectricity and biohydrogen demand contributes a lot to the increase in demand. And also, we see a little bit of a reduction in ethanol and biodiesel demand in net zero scenarios, mainly because these are used as blending fuels. And in our net zero scenarios, the oil and gas production declines. As a result, you will see ethanol and biodiesel demand reduces. But on the other hand, sustainable aviation fuel and renewable diesel demand increases. Sustainable aviation fuel is one of the main resources we have to decarbonize aviation sector. So as a result, the demand increases, whereas renewable diesel can also be used as a drop-in fuel, not just a blending fuel. So as a result, the renewable demand also increases in our net zero scenarios. Then looking at availability, we estimated this is how much bioenergy that we estimated that can be allocated non-energy the energy sector or bioenergy sector based on the feedstocks that we studied. We estimated about 2,000 petajoules of primary energy. Now, this doesn't account for animal fats or waste cooking oil, that is tallow and yellow grease in bioenergy terms. But yeah, our recent estimates show that there's about 800 to 900 petajoules of tallow and yellow grease available, can be available for bioenergy production. So in this graph, you can see some of the provincial differences of different feedstocks available. For example, BC and Quebec both being a little bit dominant on the forestry sector, whereas Alberta more on the agricultural sector, and similar observation in Saskatchewan and Ontario having somewhat of even distribution of feedstocks or feedstock types. Then we go into supply. So these are the results for global net zero scenario shown on the graph here. On the what is highlighted in that red square is the availability of residual feedstock, which is the aggregated from the results from the previous graph I've shown. And then the next, right next to is how much of the residual feedstocks that have been used. And through our modeling. So what we saw is that about 57% of the available residual feedstocks used by global net zero scenario in 2050. But the key, another key observation behind that is that about 86% of the available forest residues were used. So that does play a part in the next point, that is on the next two bar categories I've shown in the graph, that is energy crops and forestry use. So because of that, we use a lot of forest residue. There's high demand for more solid biofuels because of the increase in both bioelectricity and biohydrogen production. So as a result, both these are predominantly thermochemical processes. So as a result, you need more solid feedstocks. So a lot of growth in the energy crops that you see in the graph is through some of the more modern crops such as willow and hybrid poplar that can be alternatives for firewood and fuelwood. Also in the forestry sector, the growth here is through more harvesting of firewood and fuelwood. So getting into biomass end use, of course, when this graph shows the previous two graphs show the energy content in primary energy, but this one shows the end used energy of the 8 different bioenergy types we had. You can see, and another point is that this one includes animal fats and waste cooking oil, as opposed to the previous two graphs. And you can see a livestock residue playing a critical role by 2050 when it comes to the liquid biofuels and also renewable natural gas. And when it comes to bioelectricity, biohydrogen, and heating fuels, you see it's going to be dominated by the more solid feedstocks such as the harvested energy products and forestry residue. You can also see there's 2 additional feedstocks types here, or not necessarily feedstocks type, 2 additional categories, which are imports and what is produced as byproducts. You see a little bit of byproducts coming into play, but they are not very dominant. Imports, especially mainly on the liquid biofuels, we estimated about 47% to be the current contribution of imports to satisfy liquid biofuel demand, and that total contribution seems to have reduced to about 31%. However, the total imports increase about 50%, if I remember correctly, by 2050. So, of course, when you say end use, there's another step after this one, that is to visualize where all the products going to end up, whether it's going to be in transportation, residential, industrial, and commercial sectors. We have that data available in our data supplements. You can check it out, where each of these biofuels are going to end up. And to conclude, what we found out is that bioenergy is a critical and it's a very versatile component of any net zero goal, whether it was Canada net zero scenario or the global net zero scenario. So we also saw doubling of demand because of our the policy framework that we use to predict or project net zero energy. And we also determined that we have enough biomass resources to satisfy demand, but it's not going to be just residuals. It has to be a forestry industry It has to be new energy crops that needs to be harvested and grown. That needs to satisfy demand. So overall, we do continue to improve our models. Some of the elements that we have not taken into consideration is the non-energy products through some of these processes play in our modeling, as well as energy export potential. So, so those elements that we try to include to our modeling as we improve our models. And that concludes my presentation. Please, any questions? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Great presentation with a lot of information. We have a few minutes for questions. If there are some questions from the rooms, there is a microphone back there. Simon will be our roaming microphone.
Heather McLean from University of Toronto. I had a question about the level of detail of the feedstock and processing in your model. Do you take into account the specifics of the locations of the bioenergy feedstocks, infrastructure, and facility siting?
Yes, we have a provincial based model. That means it's modeled at a provincial granularity. But some of our pre-processing is done at the census division level if the data is available. So transportation distances, availability of land, of local land, all that does go into our modeling. And also we do take into account any existing facilities and the capacities of those facilities. But in future, where the future facilities is going to be, that is not predicted through our model, but any existing data we try to include as much as we can.
Hi, Jean Blair with Torchlight Bioresources. I'm curious why heat doesn't come out as sort of a more abundant end use. I mean, it clearly is already by far the largest use of biomass for energy. There's a major opportunity to increase that. I mean, a lot of what you see on that graph right now is in the forest sector. So industry outside of the forest sector could certainly be decarbonized with biomass. And then if you look across the ocean to other cold countries, Sweden, Denmark, for example, like their largest cities are heated primarily with biomass through district heating networks. So why would we not see thermal energy, which is sort of the most efficient use of biomass for energy, being increased significantly in the future?
Yes, actually, we see increase in heating biofuels in our current measure scenario, but not in our net zero scenario. The main reason for that is the increase in or lower cost of heat pumps in those two scenarios. So as a result, most of the urban transformation to net zero or decarbonized heating method is going to be through heat pumps. And there's a few, maybe there's a few other solutions there as well, but that seems to be the main reason why there's not a large uptake on bioenergy. Actually, there's a slight increase in industrial bioenergy, but the residential demand is what that's going to decrease in a net zero scenario.
Okay. And in that net zero scenario, is the cost of like upgrading the whole grid and adding all the generation, electricity generation you'd need to meet the added electric demand from those heat pump on the very coldest days of the winter, because we're already seeing all the provinces are, you know, strapped for electricity on the cold days. Are all those costs taken into account when that solution is chosen?
Yes, so our electricity supply model is a capacity expansion model that takes into account hourly dispatchability of electricity. So in that model, we model all the scenarios that you will see, the high lows and the highest peaks that can be anticipated in the future. And so the conversion of that electricity grid to that scenario is taken into account through our electricity supply model.
Is like centralized biomass heating for a city taken into account? Like is biomass district heating for a town or an entire city even considered as a possibility, or is that left out at this point?
I don't think we specifically have a technology category for bio district heating, but in our technology models, we have few options for bio heating. I think it's mainly on boiler heating, if I remember correctly. And we also have few variations of electricity generation technologies, but in terms of bioenergy, but we do not have a specific category for district heating at this stage, but it's something possible that we might include it.
Thank you. We have 2 more minutes if there is one more question. If not, I would have one for you. What would be, oh, sorry, there's one there? Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Audrey from Densky Energy and Climate Advisors. So I have a question on the energy crop. You mentioned an increase in production of energy crops. So I would like to hear more about the impact of land use and where is that development of energy crop going to take place? Thanks.
Right. So on the exact location, we don't have a prediction for that. But what we have is we have land use categories on prime land and marginal land. So on the crops that I mentioned, the willow and hybrid poplar, we also have 2 other marginal land crops, that is miscanthus and switchgrass. So those are mostly going to be developed in marginal land. We do have representative estimates in our models, but when we haven't gone to the process of converting it to actual land size. But I can tell you that it's not a large amount, because one factor is that these products have a higher primary energy content as opposed to some of the traditional crops such as canola and wheat. So you would get more energy from these crops, but it's mainly going to be in marginal land. Does that answer your question? I'm not sure.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for taking the time to be with us, even remotely. Greatly appreciated. And
my
see you soon, I
apologies
hope.
again. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. So, and that concludes the second presentation. We'll be back. Now it's time for lunch. And we'll be back at 10 to 1. Merci. One more, a few housekeeping details. Lunch is served where you get the same place as you get the breakfast. Vous pouvez utiliser les tables à ma gauche, à votre droite. Ces tables vont être dispersez-vous. Use all the room if you don't want to be all crammed on the same table. Merci d'être si obéissant et si sage. J'avais oublié votre nom, monsieur. Sur ça, je voulais mes notes. Alors, deuxième panel de la journée. On reprend un peu un des deux thèmes ou les deux avenues pour augmenter la production de bioénergie ou l'utilisation de la biomasse. On va s'intéresser cette fois à comment est-ce qu'on peut tout simplement mettre à niveau certaines des productions existantes. Donc, j'inviterai les panélistes à venir prendre place sur scène. Et je vais maintenant laisser la parole à Normand Mousseau, qui va modérer cette présentation et qui est aussi le directeur scientifique de l'IET. Normand.
Merci beaucoup, Louis. Alors, si on peut avoir les conférenciers et conférencières. Voilà, il nous en manque un. Edmund, il est peut-être allé chercher un café. Bon, alors je vais commencer doucement en attendant. Donc, il faut quand même comprendre l'enjeu de la part de la biomasse dans la transition énergétique au Canada. On l'a vu tout à l'heure, mais il faut, pour moi, c'est important de se rappeler que ici, ce qu'on a, c'est la biomasse. On regarde toute la biomasse consommée, qui inclut le bois ramassé, les céréales et autres. On arrive à peu près à 4000 pétajoules. La consommation en 2019 hors énergétique, donc j'enlève toute la consommation d'énergie pour l'énergie exportée, là, donc l'énergie consommée au Canada, c'est 10 364 pétajoules en 2019. On prévoit, et ça c'est vraiment des résultats qui ne sont pas encore donnés, là, ça va faire partie de nos perspectives énergétiques qui vont être publiées dans à peu près 2 mois. Donc on prévoit à peu près 13 000 pétajoules de demande énergétique au Canada en 2050. Donc, dans ce contexte-là, quand on inclut le fait qu'on peut utiliser la biomasse pour d'autres choses que pour l'énergie, qu'il y a des pertes de conversion et autres, ça veut dire que la contribution de la biomasse énergétique au système énergétique total est entre 5 et 15 % à peu près. Donc, c'est notable, mais ce n'est pas transformatif dans la transition énergétique qu'on va faire. Donc, la question dans ce contexte-là, c'est comment on doit utiliser cette biomasse-là de manière la plus appropriée, où là, elle est le rôle le plus important à jouer. Donc, voilà pour un peu lancer ce panel. Alors, on va commencer aujourd'hui. Donc, on a nos 4 panélistes et on va faire comme au premier panel et aller dans l'ordre alphabétique. Alors, la première panéliste que je vais inviter, ce sera Heather McLean pour lancer le bal, donc 5 minutes.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. And I'm very pleased to be here. Thank you to the organizers for the invitation. And I look forward to the panel discussion. So in my opening remarks, I'm just going to cover three topics. I'm not going to go through in detail the slides. They're just sort of visuals. But I'm going to talk about the importance of a systems perspective, walking through how the entire supply chain matters, from the land use, where we get the biomass, up through the conversion technology, and then what product is produced, and finally, what sectors does that product enter, and then any type of feedbacks as well. The second thing I'm going to talk about is how the environmental and other impacts need to be considered, and not just greenhouse gas emissions, but other environmental impacts, but as well technical, social, and economic aspects as well. And then finally, I'm going to talk about the granularity with respect to how we model these aspects and why it really matters how we connect these different types of models together. And we've heard about a number of different types of models and seen some results this morning. So in looking at scale-up, often from an engineering perspective, we think of what technology readiness level or what type of scale do we have for this technology. But I'm going to emphasize that it's important that we can't just look at the technology in isolation. We really have to look at the entire system with respect to where is this biomass coming from, what is the scale of that system, what a scale is appropriate. Is it a small district energy system? Where is that biomass? Is it a very large Fischer-Tropsch process, which is producing a number of different fuels? And we have to pay attention to that, and we have to think about how do we model that in informing our decisions. There are some sectors where liquid fuels are going to be required in the future, not just the electrification focus. So how do we look at some of those different aspects? As someone who does a lot of life cycle assessment and over my career has done so, we have to look at the life cycle implications. And there's a lot of variability in all of these different systems. And how is that captured in some of the higher level and larger scale models? And how do we figure out what that variability is and where it is appropriate to put certain systems and where it isn't? And how do we get at the context that really matters here? As with scale-up in general, we have to understand the costs and benefits of the different systems, and all aspects of the life cycle have to be considered. As mentioned, net zero is an important policy driver, but we also have to think of other considerations. And we also have to realize that the net benefits of any bioenergy system depend on the system that it displaces. And so we have to be thinking of that. Price effects also come into play because we have different environmental impacts depending on what price, the feedstock price of the energy that we have. And then in LCA, we have consequential and attributional approaches. So a lot of attributional approaches are more the sort of accounting, the traditional LCA approach, and then consequential approaches where you look at market-mediated effects and land use change, and how do we capture those within our systems. And the final aspect that I'll talk about in my 3 slides and 5 minutes is that there is a diversity of different model levels. And this is just sort of an illustration of where we talk about sort of specialist models, which would capture things like geographical information system type of based analysis. It would capture LCA type of analysis, perhaps case studies, where we're looking at a lot of details, but they're limited in what are the system boundary that is taken and the assumptions that are made. And then we also have, moving sort of to the right and going downwards, sort of energy system models, which can capture things that, say, the life cycle assessment can't, in that they connect sort of different sectors of the energy system in, look at economics as well. And then we get the integrated assessment models, which are getting sort of to the higher level where we're looking at what's happening throughout the entire economy and how bioenergy may fit within that wider energy environmental system. So there are limitations in all levels of these models as to what we know about scale-up. There's gaps in all of these different models, but we have to understand what types of questions can each of these types of models answer. And we have to understand the remaining gaps, and we have to understand what is transparent versus sort of transparency versus complexity in these, and understand that communication is going to be key in understanding the results. Using multiple level models is probably going to be required, but not even included within this, sort of explicitly at least within this figure, is sort of the ground truthing, or what's actually happening on the ground with respect to these different systems. And how do we add that in and ensure that that matches up with what's in our models today? So I'm pleased to discuss sort of more of the solutions approach in the panel, but I wanted to sort of put out there sort of the importance of the systems approach. So thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Bravo pour être passé à travers ces 3 diapos chargés en 5 minutes. Donc, prochain intervenant, Edmond Moupodois.
Because I need to face the presentation, and my eyes don't, it's just my eyes. I need to face when I talk, yeah. Because I do have slides that I need to point to, yeah. Oh, you really counting my time? Yeah. Well, first of all, I'm very, very honored to have been invited by Louis, Roberta, Norma, and the Institute to be part of this amazing and really very vital component of the things that we do. I work for the federal government, Science and Technology Branch, Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada. I'm also an adjunct professor in the Department of Chemical and Biological Engineering, University of Saskatchewan. So we collaborate a lot with them. I also just to prefix my remarks by acknowledging and being grateful for being welcomed so warmly to the land of the First Nations, the Inuit and the Métis. I'm grateful and humbled to be part of this wonderful nation. I'll talk, one more, merci. Oh, that's just the title of my, the work we do at Saskatoon Research Center. I'm responsible for the bioproducts and clean energy, green technology program. We collaborate a lot with the University of Saskatchewan colleagues and other universities, as well as the Meadow Lake Tribal Council, and Ms. Tina is here as well, and we've worked together very closely in this area of scaling up biomass. I have 2 slides just to illustrate, or to summarize the work that we do, and hopefully that can provide a basis for further discussion. This slide here really tries to encapsulate the work that we've been trying to do from the early stages in characterizing the agri-based residues. So in this slide, as you can see, what I have here is looking at the issues that we think about, the holistic way of looking at biomass, all the way from the sustainability aspect. How much do we have? And how much can be sustainably harvested on farm? And how do you scale that up and integrate it into a biorefinery? So in the early work that we did, is there a pointer here? No pointer. So in the early work that we did, you see, we tried to quantify the amount of available crop residues across Canada, for all the provinces. And that's the slide. And you can see that there's a dominance of certain grain crops like wheat. And then if you break this down by province as well, which is in this other slide, that slide there also shows the concentration of those particular grains, feedstocks, by province. You can see the dominance of and the even distribution. And you can see how underrepresented some provinces are in the supply of biomass. So what we're looking at effectively here is designing a strategy to capture the different types of biomass. In this one here, we have also looked at the availability of crop residues by soil zone, in which, we're talking about soil productivity, how much of that needs to be harvested. So this is a very specific dilution to a very micro level of looking at biodiversity, impact on soil productivity and so forth by different soil zone, the productivity of the land. And in this particular slide here, what you've tried to do, and you've tried to scale this up for many other feedstocks, but this is just an example showing the maximum amount of ethanol, for instance, that can be produced from different types of biomass resources here in each of the provinces. What we did with this early study here is we now integrated this into our AFC, Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada BioMat system, which most of you are quite familiar with. So it's a biomass inventory mapping and analysis tool. You can actually Google that. It's online, and you can check that. It's available for you to determine exactly how much feedstock is available where and around what radius. But it's not, it has to be updated every year. Yeah, that's the thing that we try to do with it. So you really have to put that in perspective. Yeah. In this slide here, then we have looked at the challenges of scaling up, looking at the real challenges of working with biomass. You really are trying to target here these essential components in biomass, lignin, cellulose, and hemicellulose, starting materials for doing a lot more in terms of valorization and so forth. How do you do it? And in here, this is the work that we do with a lot of our students, this is just raw biomass. It's low, it's bulky, it's hard to work with. How do you move it downstream to even start working with it? And in the biorefinery concept in this slide here just gives you the diversity of pathways that you need to have to handle very diverse types of feedstocks. It's a real challenge to scale up. So this is just sort of an intro into the kind of work we do, and we hope that we can engage in a conversation around the challenge of scaling up based on this. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup. Prochain conférencier, Stéphane Power. Et je vous rappelle que vous pouvez voir les bios de tous nos conférenciers là, sur le programme.
Merci, Normand. My name is Stefan Power. I'm with Clean Energy Canada. Bioenergy has been playing a role in Canada's energy mix for a long time in applications ranging from industry to buildings, transportation, and electricity generation. In some sectors and parts of Canada more than in others. But bioenergy is set to play a larger role in the future if we are to achieve our net zero ambitions. Bioenergy is expected to contribute to net zero efforts worldwide and not surprisingly also here in Canada. This is particularly the case where direct electrification is difficult. And bioenergy with carbon capture and storage holds the promise of removing emissions from the atmosphere. And that's the only carbon dioxide removal technique that can also provide energy. So in this way, bioenergy could serve a dual purpose, providing electricity to the grid and also offering a source of negative emissions. So over the next few minutes, I'd like to talk about the current and future role of bioenergy worldwide and also here in Canada. And then I'll briefly address the question of feedstock availability and discuss uncertainty in modeling bioenergy. And I'll close with some thoughts about scaling up responsibly and strategically. So let's first take a look at the global level. The International Energy Agency in their Net Zero 2050 scenario sees around 50% more bioenergy use by mid-century compared to today. When you look at the IPCC, they have assessed a wider range of net zero scenarios, and they're finding that in 2050, bioenergy could account for even 3 to 4 times as much as compared to today. So there's quite a range of expected demand for bioenergy, but what's clear is that we'll likely need a lot more to achieve net zero on the global level. Now let's add Canada to the picture. Currently, bioenergy accounts for about 750 petajoule in end-use demand in Canada. And in a net zero 2050, the CER projects, as we've seen earlier, bioenergy to account for up to 1,200 petajoules. So that would mean an increase of bioenergy consumption of some 50% from current levels. That's largely in line with what the IEA is seeing at the global level too. And I've got another estimate for bioenergy in Canada in a net zero future. Clean Energy Canada recently commissioned some modeling work from Navius for a report on Canada's energy economy, and we published that work last year. And we were also interested in learning more about the role of bioenergy. And in that work, in our net zero scenario, we found bioenergy to account for between 1,000 and up to as much as 2,700 petajoule in 2050. So again, quite a big range. The lower end of the range is in line with what the CER projects, and the higher end is more in line with growth levels seen in the upper end of the global scenarios the IPCC has looked at. And one of the first things that we asked our modeling consultant was, well, to what extent do you expect the availability of feedstock to be a constraint for meeting this demand in 2050? Basically, we were wondering if the model accounts for the ability of the required feedstock, and the answer is yes. The modeling does account for the availability of feedstock to meet this level of bioenergy uptake. And that's also in line with what we've heard earlier today from others. So next is, the question is, what underlies this wide range of potential future bioenergy uptake? So one of the most impactful factors behind the modeling results is the extent to which other technologies are available, and particularly direct air capture. If direct air capture is available at scale and competitive price, it will be able to offset emissions in other sectors, and that reduces the need for more costly mitigation measures. So without significant uptake of direct air capture, bioenergy with carbon capture and storage, BECCS, becomes so much more important to achieving net zero emissions. So what would I like you to take away from my remarks? So we know we will need more bioenergy than we're using today, probably a lot more. But that means we need to figure out how to scale up bioenergy in a way that's both sustainable and strategic. The choice of feedstock matters. How do we maximize emission reductions? How do we minimize land use change? And how do we guard against adverse impacts on biodiversity? And how do we ensure bioenergy is used strategically among a basket of decarbonization options? These are some of the most important questions that we need to address as we scale up bioenergy in the coming decades. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Et dernier panéliste, Nazim Seba.
That's me. Hello everybody. Bonjour tout le monde. L'Association des consommateurs industriels de gaz. Today I'm going quite French English, so sorry if sometimes I switch to French, it's more comfortable. I will speak about consumption of bioenergy. We are speaking about viability of bioenergy. Now I'm trying to give you another perspective of industrial perspective of how we consume energy. First, I would like to start with challenge faced by industrial. All industrial have targets for net zero by 2050, and by 2030, the first threshold is 2030 with aggressive reduction emission. The decarbonization of the industrial process is a very, very complex process. Often we think that it's just switch on, switch off, change gas for electricity, take another energy vector. Not so simple, not so easy. I will first start with something for you is why industrial love gas. We are sometime in the news, industrial are big emitter, they love gas, they love coal. Gas, it's first reliable energy. It's affordable and reliable energy. We need it not just for heating or for boiling. We heat it, we consume it for all other industrial process, chemical process that need gas as a feedstock, not just for energy itself. In the decarbonization, two vision. We have industrial have a vision in terms of reducing their greenhouse gas emission, not their energy consumption. It counts, but it's not the first and the most important element. The electrification, it's hard. Sometimes it's possible, other times it's not possible. When it's possible, it's very complicated to implement. Not impossible, but difficult. With that, we need to remain competitive. Industrial needs to remain competitive during this energy transition. The investments are very important. For this one, the takeaway for you, what I would like to keep in mind is industry must be seen as an asset in this energy transition era we are entering. We are in, not entering, but we are in. Next slide. Bioenergy. I will be more specific on RNG and biogases. RNG is equivalent for all the uses of the natural gas. It's equivalent to the fossil gas. We know, Rendement said earlier that we don't, and all the morning we had that, we will not have enough RNG or biogas for industry. We are speaking of billion and billion of cubic meter of RNG or biogas. In Quebec alone, for example, industry is more than 3 billion cubic meter of natural gas per year. So if we need to replace that with RNG, you can do the math. consuming bioenergy. We're under two conditions for industry. As I said earlier, it's about greenhouse gas emission. Industry need to know precisely, the most precisely possible, the carbon intensity of the bioenergy that they will consume. At this point, at this moment, we don't have the CI register, we don't have the CI score, and this is missing. This will give the value to the bioenergy for the industrial. Industrial know how value the RNG. And the book and claim. Yes, the other second condition is the book and claim. Book and claim, industry ask for that. It's for flexibility. It's very complex to decarbonize. It's very complex to consume bioenergy because if it's available, it's not always available. Second, it's the cost of the bioenergy. So the book and claim will give some flexibility to industrial. And thank you for your attention. I finished on time. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup à vous tous et toutes. So let's start for questions. I'll switch to English to make sure that everybody understands. So let me start with the system. So the first thing that the Heather said is that we have to think of this transformation in the bioenergy as a system. And we also heard this morning, and we saw in the modeling, for example, how much the production of bioenergy is linked to other products that are also linked to this in forests or others. So given that, let's say, bioenergy represents 10 to 15% of the energy system in 2050, should we really think about producing bioenergy, or should we think how do we make the system of bioproduction more solid and more reliable and more net zero, and see energy just as a kind of one of the product instead of focusing on the energy? We are all focusing on the energy here, but is it the right approach when we think about bioenergy? So who wants to start? Maybe let's start in the same order for the first time. So Heather.
Yeah, that's is this on?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's a great and challenging question. So I'll start out, but with not all the answers. I think that it has to be a step-by-step process, that we're not going to sort of suddenly go from where we are today up to, without a few missteps and without a few changes of plan as we sort of go along the winding route. But I think along the way, we have to think about all of the different criteria for sustainability, including the ones that were mentioned about the industrial system sustainability, the forest, agricultural sustainability, and sort of what's happening throughout the supply chain. So I think we have to embed this energy system in with all of the other products that we're considering and keep thinking of it as a system and not just this push on the bioenergy. The same would be taken for the electrification, where there's this huge push right now for electrification of everything, but there's going to be a lot of challenges along the way. We talk about battery material challenges, we talk about systems in industry that can't be easily electrified. So I think that we have to think about that there not being one single solution, that we have to think about how does this all fit together and how does it meet the different criteria of sustainability.
Edmond, do you have?
Yeah, merci. I fully concur. It's a very good question, Norman. And I agree with Heather's perspective on it. We've been struggling with the issue of integration of biomass into the entire value chain. And we've explored many models for what works and what does not. And at the end of the day, it's this integrative piece, Heather, that you make reference to. Now, we are thinking in terms of circular economy. That's really what's driving a lot of the work that we do in integrating biomass through the value chain to end use. And your question there, is it bioenergy or is bioenergy a component of us thinking in terms of how we valorize biomass to achieve many other objectives for industry. There is a technological piece here that we think about as well. It has to be a business value proposition as well as an environmental proposition. Those two have to work in hand, so we have to enable industry to evolve sustainably, economically, and profitably around the use of biomass. And if all they do is produce one product, that is a challenge. So from an engineering perspective, enabling multi-product approaches to the utilization of biomass, including bioenergy, I think enables a much better business value proposition, but as well as an objective to enable us to get to that net zero as well, where we are utilizing effectively and displacing fossil-based, because this is the perspective we also need to be looking at, is it not? That it is to replace, at least displace, the negative carbon footprint associated with fossil-based products. And so maybe I'll have more to talk about instead of monopolizing the microphone, but I think that it has to be a holistic approach.
Thank you. Stefan?
Yeah, I think to answer the question, we need to really think strategically. So where is the best, or what are the potential uses for bioenergy that cannot be met with other forms of energy? And then we look at the carbon intensity of each of these options. Like, let's take transportation, for example, light-duty vehicles. The electrification of that segment is well underway, and technology is mature. The value chains are growing around the world, around it, the supply chains. Hydrogen has definitely missed the boat on the LDV side, and probably bioenergy is not really the answer for LDVs, but what about heavy-duty trucking? And the same with the aviation sector. Biofuels could play a big role with SAF there. So I think the answer is we need to be strategic.
Nassim?
Yes. Good question and complex question.
You know,
we need
the fact that my question is good is irrelevant. It's whether your answer is good. We need to think the energy system as a whole. Now, it's in this transition, in energy transition, decarbonization, trying to meet our goals, we need to see the system as a whole, as one, not electricity on the side, bioenergy inside, gas, wherever nuclear or whatever other energy. We need to see this as one system and try, and this is the difficulties, to find the right equilibrium of that, what we can use at what time, for what. The right, I'm quoting energy, and I don't like it often to quote energy, but they have a sentence which is very interesting, is the right energy in the right place. So we need to prioritize to see where, if we need bioenergy, for example, I'm speaking for my church, for the industry, because we know we cannot electrify. We know we will have more greenhouse gas reduction in the industry than in the building, or maybe the transport. We don't know yet. We don't have this is the intuition. This is just idea, but putting the right energy in the right place and prioritize, because you said that we will not have enough energy, so we need to use it at the right place. Thank you. So I'll try to be a bit more provocative this time. So we're talking about scaling up. The bioindustry has been promising us high quality energy vectors, RNG, ethanol, the second generation and others. Last week we heard that Enerchem is closing shop in Edmonton, so essentially it cannot manage to make the promised product out of the waste. So, and you were talking about biorefinery, so much more sophisticated. It hasn't delivered really at scale. Again, we're talking about scale. I'm not talking about the lab. So are we just dreaming of when we say the bioenergy will play the role that all the models are showing up for 2050, when we can barely move away from corn-based ethanol these days? So you can start and
start.
You can say it's a bad question too.
No, I will not say that's a good question. No, l'enfer est pavé de bonnes intentions. Okay, at the beginning, we saw in that the Graal, we found something to replace fossil gas. This is the beginning. After, you had utilities, big conseil firm coming, doing some study as we saw in Quebec. We can do. But it was, let's say, a honest mistake, let's say. It's a honest mistake. We start with, it's possible, it's doable. But now we are entering the phase of doing the thing we promised, and now the reality we are facing is other. We know now that it won't be so easy and so affordable or available that we thought before. This is I think the difficulty comes, or the issue comes from there. We start with a good attention, but at the end, it's a whole other story.
Anybody else wants to follow? Stefan.
Yeah, I'm thinking that the challenge is not only with bioenergy. That's not really unique to bioenergy, the challenge of scale up. I mean, it has its unique challenges, but I'm thinking, scaling up electrifications, making sure that, as more renewables come online, and then the storage question and distributed energy resources, and all these issues are extremely challenging. And so I don't see it as really a unique thing to increase the biomass use in Canada. It's just part of the massive challenge that we're facing to move to a net zero. That's kind of my take.
It's like Edmond, and so let's go in the reverse order, then Edmond and then Heather.
Yeah. Oh, thank you, Nomar. It's a good question. I know you want an answer. You mentioned cellulosic ethanol, so maybe I should speak to that as well. Heather made a point that really captured my attention. I think she summarized some of the issues that we have. She said Canada is a land of excess. And that really underscores biomass in Canada. We have a lot of it. But the problem with biomass, as opposed to crude oil, is that we have to prepare it. We have to collect it in very dispersed regions. We have to design the radius around which we're going to collect it, how much is available sustainably, and it's so different. There's wheat straw, there's corn stover, there's food waste, and all you have is crude oil. It's one thing coming out of the oil. And we are trying to replicate that model. So even in terms of logistics and the energy involved in just collecting that biomass and preparing it for the biorefinery use, it's a challenge from a sustainability point of view, the greenhouse gas emissions associated with different types of pretreatment. I showed in that slide, there are about 10 pretreatments that can be used for different types of biomass. Which one do you select? So the last biorefinery in Saskatchewan that Iogen was going to build a cellulosic ethanol plant in Prince Albert, which is north of Saskatoon. It was supposed to be a 120-liter cellulosic ethanol plant using wheat straw. They couldn't do it, and they had to go to Brazil because sugar is a much easier platform. And 99% of all the ethanol that we talk about in Canada, you know where it comes from? It's first-generation feedstocks, food-based, wheat or corn. Not a single cellulosic ethanol plant in Canada from any residue. Why? So those bottlenecks are there. And they have to be addressed, science, engineering, but as well thinking about transdisciplinary. We have to bring in the sociologists to understand the industry well, the acceptance of the utilization of these. So it's a very complicated issue about enabling that industry to really move that biomass. There are policies right now. We are working with Meadow Lake Tribal Council, for instance. We've been, and the wonderful example, Tina, that you provided of a real working example of the utilization of sawdust for bioenergy generation and what you can do a lot more with that. So there are some practical examples, especially with the work that we do with the First Nations in northern communities where they rely only on biodiesel, and not biodiesel, but diesel. And we have to replace that with new sources of energy. And then the other equation, I think, here is the fact that now we have electrification and the government policy to make sure that we can get to EV, electric vehicles, by 2030, 30%, 50%. So it also says, how do we look at bioenergy systems now, and why do we place emphasis regarding liquid or solid fuels? So many policy pieces as well that have to go in there.
Heather?
Sure. I'm not sure I have too much to add, but I think that alignment of goals of the various stakeholders is going to be very key. And, you know, even though we are looking at net zero, that doesn't compensate for the risks that many of the different stakeholders feel they're taking on with respect to these types of initiatives and facilities. So I think we have to remain optimistic that many of these things can be overcome, but I don't think that there's a clear alignment at the moment to compensate for the risk that many in the sector will think of when moving towards scaling up of facilities.
So what do we need then? Because the scaling is not happening. I mean, I look at RNG again, because in Quebec there's a big issue about it, but essentially, no, we had big towns who said we're constructing an RNG from waste. They just stopped after spending $400 million on that. They say, we don't see the end of that. Okay, so it's very hard. And I mean, to me, Enerkem is also, no, it was promising to do, let's do a second generation with very complicated process, but it doesn't work. So how do we scale up? How do we get there to the product we need that come from bio in Canada? You said, indeed, it's happening somewhere elsewhere in the world, sometimes because, no, we don't grow enough sugar cane, it seems, in Canada, but that's another story. So how do we proceed? Do we need a blueprint? Do we need, what do we need to move forward and get to scale?
I think we need.
Start with the university professor.
I think we need a roadmap, but we have to have a roadmap that it doesn't just go to somebody's computer storage or their file cabinet, and it has to have buy-in from different stakeholders, and we have to figure out what are the roadblocks and where can the use of bioenergy or bio-based products make the most sense, considering the current economics and.
So we say we don't know at the moment. I don't
think we fully know, because otherwise we wouldn't have started along the route of some of these large projects and then decided partway through that they weren't going to make it, because there's obviously a lot of sunk costs there where people are not going to continue taking those risks.
Edmund?
Yeah, it's a good point, Heather. I agree. I think, again, we have to rethink our model of scaling up biomass as opposed to the way the traditional crude petroleum-based refinery works. Again, going back to the point that Tina made, you know, the biomass is in rural communities. It means that now we have to think about the scale, and engineers, this is a challenge for engineering. In my last slide there, I talked about the different conversion pathways, biochemical, thermochemical, whatever, you know. That can be a $300 million, $500,000, $1 billion capital investment. Is that now? So when you talk about scaling up, already that is a challenge. So if we are going to really enable economic development in rural communities, because now there's an opportunity for rural communities to benefit from biomass which is available, the producers, indigenous community in the north, and so forth, where it's abundantly available. Then scaling up has to be tailored to the scale of the rural communities. Then suddenly it's not a $300 million enterprise. It's something that can empower communities in terms of skills, training, engineering, artisans, and so forth. So maybe it's a $5 million scale. And then when you talk about pre-treatment, the challenges of preparing the biomass, pelletizing, and so forth, maybe that can be done by a community. They can collect over a radius, and they can deliver. So I'm just suggesting, Norman, here that when you talk about how do we scale up, maybe we have to rethink the size at which we can operate it sustainably, financially, as well as having a lower environmental footprint where we're closing the emission loopholes. Because we can't always think large scale for biomass. Maybe we need to rethink now enabling rural communities to be able to have high value employment through being able to generate not only bioenergy, but all the biochemicals and all different products that come out of it.
I want to weigh in for a second. It's interesting what he just said about the scanning and the local use of biogas. We are asking for a while now for RNG, for example. You have utilities, they are all going about RNG because it's pipe solution, pipe quality. We keep saying at IGWA, we started 5-6 years ago saying to the government, hold on, okay, RNG it's good when it's available, when we can do it, pipe system, perfect. But in some part of the Quebec or Ontario, we may have just a local biogas production. We should value this production and keep this production in this site. Why you are investing in a new pipe to make it pipeline quality, to inject, this is just cost, and we are losing an opportunity to make small scale, this time, project for an industry or whatever, for something else it may be. And this is an avenue we should take in account, not just let's go fill the pipe with RNG or biomass we can convert to RNG to fill the pipe. We have maybe non-pipe solution, local solution, maybe would be more pertinent and more efficient than large-scale solution promoted by utilities, because it's a business and it's not the topic of the day. So, thank you.
I think, so when we think about the modeling that we've seen from ESMIA or from the CER, what's the difference between today's, let's say, scenario, I guess, but from where we are today and where we need to get to? The difference is that with those modeling results, they assume that there is a constraint for what we can emit. So, and that constraint isn't really there yet today. We have a target and we have some policies that get us a certain way, but what will really drive the transition will be additional public policy, additional constraints, and they're not there in place yet. Therefore, we don't see the scale up happening, but therefore we need the policy to drive the scale up.
Heather, do you want to add something? Because you seem to be nodding a lot around, so I'm not sure if you...
I'll add one quick comment about looking at the sort of life cycle assessment type of results, even with the same feedstock conversion energy product pathway. There are a great variability across these systems in the results. So what sort of net benefits we get on greenhouse gas emissions even across one of these pathways, there's a lot of variability. And so we have to be quite careful about, if we're thinking of net zero, you know, how much uncertainty remains in the actual reduction that we're getting in these pathways. So it's a good driver, but I think we also have to make progress on understanding really what the accuracy of the different types of models are, including these basic sort of bottom-up type of approaches.
Thanks. It's not reassuring when we know there's only 25 years left to net zero. So let's go for questions from the room. There was a question online, but I'll take it a bit later. Anybody wants to intervene? You can also comment. We have one here.
Jean from Torchlight, probably sick of hearing from me by now. My question, a lot of this discussion is really focused around scaling up biofuels, liquid fuels in particular. From sort of an efficiency, from a cost perspective, carbon reduction efficiency, carbon intensity, et cetera, biofuels don't make a whole lot of sense. The conversion efficiency is very low. The cost is very high. They are not proven. I mean, we've seen dozens and dozens of examples across the globe of cellulosic ethanol plants failing, mostly for economic reasons. So do you think it's maybe time to shift the discussion from, you know, if we're talking about the aviation sector, for example, okay, yeah, we could make biofuels from a tree and put them into the tank, but the other way to do that is through bioenergy carbon capture. So you can have a combined heat and power plant, you produce biomass electricity, replace fossil electricity, you generate heat, replace fossil heat. You need some infrastructure maybe in place to be able to do that effectively. And then you capture the emissions, you have negative emissions. Those negative emissions can offset the aviation emissions. So with the same tree, you're getting like 5 to 6 times the carbon reductions as you would from turning that same tree into a fuel. So do you think maybe it's time to expand maybe to a more sort of system-wide perspective and really look at the net aspect of net zero as opposed to, you know, having to be absolute zero and turning a tree into fuel? Maybe just look at a little more creative ways to do that.
Anybody wants to answer?
I mean, from my perspective, I don't think there's any illusion by anybody that it would be a 0-0 without much net. I think LULUCF is expected to contribute significantly to a net zero future, and yeah, it's a good question about like what's most efficient. I don't think there are too many decarbonization options for the aviation industry, and what you're saying is potentially maybe we don't and we compensate kind of thing. I think the devil is really in the detail, and this is where LCA is super important. I couldn't agree more with Heather about the need to have rigorous LCA to determine the carbon intensity of various pathways. And especially also LCA is not LCA. It really depends on the boundaries, and yeah, you need to look into the details.
Edmund, you wanted to add something? Or?
Yeah, sure. Did you want to go for it? I can go. Okay. It's a very good question. And again, that has challenged us as well in terms of how our policy towards research and development for biomass. It goes back to this whole biorefinery concept, both as a business proposition, but as well as something that enables a sustainable approach. So the life cycle assessment, Heather, that you point out is something that really we take very seriously, determining for any feedstock that's coming into the system, and when you're valorized it to get different products, how is that changing, and what is the impact of the different core products? Biofuel for us is seen as a low-hanging fruit, in terms of what you can immediately, with biomass, you can produce bioenergy right away, usually. So in most situations, even with the traditional fossil-based industry, when they get crude petroleum, gasoline is their low-hanging fruit. But they produce hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of products from cracking the different pathways of that crude. And we can do the same with biomass. To answer your question, is it just biofuel or is there a lot more that we can do? If you look at the components of straw, for instance, the cellulose, hemicellulose, lignin, I mean, that's a powerful starting material in itself to start to do a lot more. There are some, all of you have done work in this area. Shakir, you can comment on that and others. But those are starting materials. So it's not just biomass. It is a component that we can work with and crack and investigate hundreds and hundreds of biochemicals, biocomposites, and things, including biofuel. It can be solid. Maybe it goes as a pellet to go and heat homes. It could be a liquid pathway. Maybe not cellulosic ethanol because it's not that viable, but maybe hydrogen, maybe for fuel cell. And even with fuel cells and lithium cell, we don't know which one is going to win. So there are many ways of looking at it from a biorefinery sense, but it also has to make environmental sense that each of the core products are contributing to that net zero. So it's bioenergy and bioproducts.
Thank you. So let me take questions from the audience so that they will know that we're online for some reason during the whole day, besides listening to all of you, of course. So what are the major risks in the scale-up of bioenergy, and how can we mitigate this? Is there a risk of scaling up the production of bioenergy?
Yes, I can
start
a little bit on that one, since I know the person who posted that question. I think the risks are that the costs are underestimated, so financial risks associated with it. I think there are risks associated with uncertainty around policies going forward. I think that can weigh in on that. I think that there's also risks of scale-up associated with potential environmental impacts on ecosystems. I think we can take care and we can mitigate some or all of these types of risks. I think we also have to understand what the market is going to be in the future, what are going to be the competitive energy systems in the future, the competitive products that we're dealing with, because that's going to affect our market for these products and our cost of production. So those are a few. I didn't get to the mitigating the risks. I'm going to leave that for another
But
panelist.
Can we really afford to mitigate in some way? I mean, given the time scale, don't we have to take risk in some way and say, we'll spend too much money on some of these technologies because we have to test them at scale also?
We should know the physical limits before going. Okay, I see where you want to go. It's understandable, but we should first know your physical limits, because we are always speaking that let's go. It's go ahead. Finance, we will find money to finance that, to run that. But we very little time we are speaking about the physical limits of the biomass or what we can really produce. So let's see that, forecast that, and after the field is open, we can play as we would.
And Mon, you want to add something?
Yeah, sure. I agree, absolutely. I think the risks, as you rightly point out, is the early nature of technology itself. There's a lofty risking to attract investment, even before we talk about environmental risks. It's the business risk that we now have to think about. If you look at the innovation chain where you have early discovery, and then you do the pilot scale, and then you invest, angel investors, and then you get the commercial banks to start investing in it, and maybe the large oil companies will start investing in that to scale up. That is a challenge. That is in itself, it means that we have to make it attractive, essentially. If I've got wheat straw, or if I've got food waste, or I've got wood, sawdust, how does an investor look at the possibility of using that as a feedstock? So we have to characterize the utilization of each type of biomass effectively. There are also standards, the clean fuel standards, and quality standards for the biomass. There's a lot of research upfront that has to be done to make the proposition for the use of biomass attractive, basically. It's not attractive. There's no investor who's going to say, I'm going to go and start building a plant, and I'll draw the wheat straw from a radius of 10, 50 kilometers. They won't do it. But there's biomass, go and build. But they won't build because the biomass itself is an inherent risk in its current form. A lot has to be done to collect it, prepare it, and take it to the biorefinery. Then there are the environmental aspects as well.
Thank you. We have 40 seconds, so I'll ask one quick. Oh, you wanted to continue?
Just a real quick one.
Okay, go ahead.
Just an innovative thinking, maybe. I think one of the risks that we're not talking about is that potentially the policy environment that supports the scale-up would fall apart. There's a government, there's a federal election next year, and things like the CFR, the consumer-facing carbon price, are maybe on the chopping block, or the ZEVREX. So that's a risk, I think.
Well, with this cheery thought, let's thank the 4 panelists. Thank you very much for your insights and your comments. Désolé.
Oui, merci. Merci, vous toutes et tous. Bon, une présentation avant le dernier panel. En fait, je crois que c'est une présentation même qui va servir à mettre la table pour le dernier panel. Donc, j'inviterai nos 2 conférenciers à venir prendre place. C'est une présentation que moi, personnellement, j'attends depuis longtemps avec beaucoup d'intérêt. Alors, je vous laisse la parole, messieurs.
Hello. So good afternoon, everyone. I'd like first to start acknowledging the Trottier Institute for their invitation today, and particularly Louis and Roberta, particularly Roberta that accepted that I got her family name wrong a couple of times, so Roberta Daher. Huh? Okay now? So real pleasure to be here. So my name is Serge Bédard, and I'll share this presentation with my colleague Milad. We're both from Bioenergy in Varennes, a research center of natural resources Canada. I can see in the room some people like Frank, Wing, Kathleen earlier, probably entering into their digestion mode, post-lunch combat to not falling asleep. So I'll try to be highly dynamic and motivated for you, but I'll keep a look on you. So make sure it works. Okay, so the outline of the presentation will go as follows. First, a brief overview of who's Bioenergy in Varennes. Then we'll take a moment to discuss the research question that we really work on in relation to biomass. I'll also present the main steps of our methodology, and Milad will join, and we'll start to present one of the main pillars of our methodology, the one that we will insist on the most today, and present some result as well. So it was mentioned a couple of times today that we need to use a holistic approach, a system perspective, and that kind of thing. So that's really what I'm going to try to highlight today in our approach. So and I'm flipping the sheet instead of moving that around. So I'll put that aside instead, and I won't do that anymore. So Bioenergy in Varennes, For those of you who doesn't know us, it's located on the south shore of Montreal. It's part of Natural Resources Canada. It has about 200 employees now. It's a fairly large research center. 3 main research programs: renewable energy integration, especially for the electric grids. We have a building team working on renewable heating and cooling and building envelope and different areas on the building decarbonization, and the industry group. Milad and I are in the industry group, and today we're going to discuss one component of the activities that are part of the industry group. Before I do, I'd like to start with an acknowledgement. Je vais le faire en français. Nous souhaitons remercier le gouvernement du Québec pour son important soutien financier et son apport technique précieux à la réalisation de cette étude. Ça fait plusieurs années qu'on travaille ensemble. Il y a une relation franche, transparente et hyper fructueuse là, entre nos organisations. Puis les résultats que vous allez voir aujourd'hui, une partie vont être adaptés au Québec, mais spécifiquement parce qu'on les a développés conjointement. Maintenant, un petit disclaimer. The content of this presentation is for information purposes only. It does not represent policy position of the government of Quebec or the government of Canada. And that's quite important. What we do here is evidence-based science. We provide knowledge and data to support policy making, but policymaker needs to take into consideration various parameters that we don't necessarily have taken into account. So there might be differences somewhere, but that's 2 separate works, and we know they do their work in a very good way, taking our result into consideration. So here we go. Now, the research question. Research question is quite simple and quite complex at the same time. I think everybody realized that from the beginning of the day. The question, we frame it as, what is the best use of available biomass? Simple, huh? So in this context, we'll focus on forest biomass, and for the rest of the presentation, that will be the core of the presentation. And as you can see on that slide, there is so many pathways and so many technology that can be used to decarbonize. We can use a solid material, various level of quality and refinement for solid material. We can use liquid fuel in the form of renewable drop-in, or in lower quality stuff such as pyrolysis oil. We can use biogas, syngas, RNG. All of these things have their place, a role to play, but we need to find where and when and with what conversion technology we should do that. So this slide is very explicit because not only, there's no pointer here. So not only it presents different form of bioenergy, but also where it can be used. And the 2 of them cannot be disconnected. It's not only a matter of producing biofuel the most efficient way, at the least carbon intensive way, but if at the end it's to use it in an application where there is something much better to do instead, well, it might not be the right approach, even if the production side was really great. So how do we answer that? So we've developed a methodology, holistic, systematic, system level, and all that kind of things apply well to, no pointer again. So the approach that we've used have 6 main components. Today we'll discuss mostly 2 of them. The multi-criteria analysis that Milad will handle in a couple of minutes, and the net-zero studies. What can we learn from net-zero studies that were done worldwide, including the ones that ESMIA presented today and that the Canadian Energy Regulator presented. Even if we're not going to discuss that today, keep in mind that we're also doing very detailed industrial case study with partners. We just completed a large project with an iron ore company, a complete 1-year project. We're working with the steel industry, many pulp and paper facility, and so on. So by doing work with these people, we get better data, better understanding on their process, and we validate, on the other hand, if our result makes sense in practice. So we, as I said, we attack the problem with different angles. But what we want to do at the end is the development of order of merit for biomass, electrification, hydrogen, and CCS, and also CCUS, how to prioritize their use. Today we'll focus on biomass, but this is a system approach, and therefore biomass is not an independent thing than process electrification. If we do one, we may not do the other, or if we do too much biomass in some application, maybe we'll need more renewable electricity in the other one. So they are not independent, and we need to understand where each of them should be used the most effectively. So we review probably like 15 net zero studies, some internal to NRCan that were not published, some made by a consultant in the room here. One of the interesting characteristics that differ these studies is not only the regional consideration, but also the level of detail in which negative emissions and BECCS were modeled. The model that's the second to last column, some model addressed it very well in very much detail, and that tend to change significantly the nature of the result. Speaking about the results, and I'm going to come back at the far end of this presentation to another summary slide. One thing I think that is really important to understand, and generally people like very much when we present that slide, there is a paradigm shift when we make these reviews, the detailed net zero studies versus more conventional energy transition or energy improvement or energy efficiency study. There is a paradigm shift, and the paradigm is shifting simply because one is as a target for net zero. That's a completely different thing. It changed the whole story. So, for example, like the second bullet point here as an example, in an energy transition mode, most studies were focusing on decarbonizing all sectors equally. So we need to do good stuff for each of them, transport, aviation, building, industry, and each type of industry. In net negative, carbon net neutral studies, things are different because some sectors, and we're going to discuss that later more, some sectors are much more difficult to decarbonize than the other. Some may not have the technology ready yet. Some may have still a conflicting choice to make between two technologies. There is a risk of investing too quickly in this sector, maybe on the low-hanging fruit, yes, but on the massive multi-billion-dollar investment in one large industrial facility, maybe we need to be careful in some cases and wait a little bit longer. So some sector in a net zero world, some sector will be net negative and other will be net positive, and the balance between the two should bring the net zero thing. This has already been discussed today, but this is a very, very important thing, and we'll discuss why in a couple of minutes in the context of bioenergy. Another example here, and that's what might be my last for this slide today, is that biofuel and e-fuel are carbon neutral in an energy transition mindset and therefore have very high merit. In a net zero mindset, that may not always be the case. It depends where these fuel will be used. It depends if its end use will re-emit carbon or not at the end. It depends if there is a better strategy, a better technology that could be used instead of using bioenergy. So it's a more debatable merit. It doesn't mean it has no merit. It means it needs to be challenged at every application level and not only at the production side level. In terms of bioenergy, one conclusion we can draw from that is that bioenergy, not for individual project, but as a whole, for all our biomass available, bioenergy must do better than being carbon neutral. It must contribute to offset GHG in hard-to-abate application. and we must use as much as we can while being in a mindset of sustainable forest exploitation, and that's the field of Evelyn here. So the rest of the project will assume a quantity of biomass available. Those studies came from the Canadian forest sector and also some studies made in Quebec. We assume that quantity. It could be a bit more, it could be a bit less in the future, we don't know, but that's the amount we assume. And sensitivity analysis that we made have shown that even if we have 10 or 15% more, it will basically change nothing to the priority list that we need to address. It will change the magnitude of the saving, but not where we should put that biomass. So I've discussed the net zero study component of this approach. Now Milad will take the floor and discuss the multi-criteria analysis that we work on.
Thank you, Serge. Sorry for my voice. I had cold last week, and my voice is not 100% back. So I'm going to explain you the multi-criteria analysis that we have used to determine the most promising application of biomass. So through the net zero studies that Serge mentioned, we saw that the allocation of biomass should be optimized because we know that the biomass volume is limited. So in order to get the the most benefits out of biomass, we have to optimize its use. And some of the criteria we can get from the net zero studies are, for example, the existence of an alternative to bioenergy or the efficiency relative to electrification. Like those criteria, or also, for example, if the final application of the bioenergy is compatible with bioenergy, with carbon capturing and sequestration. So we tried to use those criteria here and see whether or not the application we are looking at respect those criteria. And at the end, we use our own good engineering judgment to really verify those applications, whether or not if the multi-criteria analysis give a good results. So at the end, it's really our own good engineering judgment. So the first thing we need to determine is the volume of the biomass. Here our study is focused only on the province of Quebec. So we see that from the report published by WSP, around 19 million oven-dried ton of biomass is available annually. And most of it is related to the primary and secondary use of biomass, mainly the residue coming from the pulp and paper industry and the sawmills. However, we know that most of it is actually in use. They have their own applications. This morning we had an example that Tina was mentioning, that a big volume of this residue has not been used, so it's going to be burned, so they are going to use it to generate electricity. So it's possible that in future, as the bioenergy gets more popular and there are more demand for it, some of the application from these two sectors will be diverted and then it goes through the bioenergy. But the two other sources that we are sure for now that we have the availability is basically the logging residue and also the non-merchantable wood, those kind of wood that they don't have any takers for now. If we add them together, we have something around 4.67 million oven-dried ton available in Quebec. Once again, the results I'm going to present today is related to the province of Quebec, but the methodology and the approach is going to, it can be extended to the other provinces. And in the same study, we can see how this volume is distributed in each administrative region. For example, here we can see the La Mauricie as the administrative region and how the volume of biomass is distributed between different sources. Again, we see the same trend here. The most of it is related to the primary and secondary transformation of wood, basically residue from the sawmills and pulp and paper. And then after that, we have the residue from logging and also non-merchantable woods. So the second phase of the study is basically to have a good idea of where the actual energy is used in different industries. So our analysis is taking account only the industrial use of biomass, not the residential or transportation. So here we see that most of the energy used in industry in Quebec is basically in the form of electricity, bioenergy, and also fossil fuel. And basically most of the bioenergy is used in the pulp and paper in the form of black liquor, for example. And then most of the electricity is used in aluminum sector. You can see the detail here, and the next step is to really determine for each industrial sector what are the main equipments, the main sub-processes or equipments which uses energy. We have to determine what source of energy is used and how much is the source of the energy. So here basically we did an analysis, we did the consultation with some experts from the industry, our own knowledge and expertise, and also from literature review. We came up with a detailed analysis for each sector, industrial sector, how much energy is used in each sub-processes. So here you see a simplified block flow diagram. The highlighted box are the equipments which use energy. And we identify the type of energy which is used and also the amount of energy. This step is very time-consuming and is very important because basically we have to know the source of the energy, the type of the energy, and then in the next phase we can determine with which type of energy, bioenergy, it could be replaced. So we did the similar analysis for the other industrial sectors. Here we see 9 other industrial sectors for refinery, aluminum, aluminum production, cement, etc. And basically these are the main data that we are using for the next phase, which I'm going to explain to you. So for the multi-criteria analysis, we identified several criteria which has been already addressed, some of them in the net zero studies. But here, for example, we added some other criteria which we think are really important. For example, the technical constraint. The size of each circle here shows the importance of that criteria for the biomass allocation question. So here, for example, we see that the technical constraint play a very important role on where the biomass is going to be used. And basically, the weight factor we gave to each criteria comes from a panel that we had with different experts within the industry and also within the government. But this is something that we can that we can do a sensitivity analysis. For now, the objective of our analysis is to maximize the GHG reduction. That's why we came up with these weight factors. If, for example, the objective was to maximize the revenue, in that case, probably the weight factors would be different, and those criteria would address the economical part of the project will have a higher weight factor. So here we see a list of the identified projects. It's basically all big emitters in Quebec, industrial facilities in Quebec, and we see the list of the projects. Then we run these list of the projects through the multi-criteria tool that we have developed. So here we see a screenshot of the multi-criteria tool. It's a very simple Excel tool, but it gives very good results. So we ran those list of the projects through this tool. And here I'm going to explain you some of the preliminary results we got from the tool. So on the left figure, here we see that in terms of, so the y-axis shows the priority score. The higher the priority score, it means the better use of biomass in terms of achieving net zero targets or maximizing GHG reductions. So in terms of the type of fossil fuel which is going to be substituted, we see that the projects aim to replace solid fossil fuel receive a higher priority score. Then after that, we have the projects attacking to replace the hydrogen coming from the fossil fuel. Then at the end of the list, we have the projects addressing the substitution of liquid fuels. On the right side, we see a different type of results. Basically, we can see which type of equipment receive a higher priority score. So basically, the most promising projects are related to the pre-calciner and rotary kiln for the cement sector. Then we have the pelletizing furnace. So basically, those projects addressing the substitution of solid fuels with biochar, for example. Then after that, when we come a little bit later, we see some other projects related to substitution of boiler. We see that a lot of projects addressing that. So here we see a red line which shows the limit of the biomass. So basically, we have to stop somewhere. We don't have enough biomass to cover all the applications. And if we limit ourselves to the 4.7 million oven-dried ton, which I presented at the beginning of my presentation, we have to stop somewhere here. So basically, all the projects after this line, we don't have enough biomass to realize them. And here is another presentation. It's a Sankey diagram, shows that if we want to realize all the projects related to all the industrial sectors, we require around 16 million oven-dried ton of biomass. And the format of the bioenergy which is required also determined in this, is also presented in this figure. So we see that most of the biomass should be converted to biochar, is around 35%, and it has different applications in different industries. For example, we see that some of it is used in pre-calciner, in the pelletizing furnace, and also most of it is used to prepare anodes. However, we see that if we limit ourselves to 4.7 million oven-dried ton, we have to stop somewhere at the middle, where some part of the boiler projects could be executed, and the rest, unfortunately, there is not enough biomass. So this results is basically based on the objective of maximizing the GHG reduction. If, for example, we had the other objectives, then the priority would change. For example, we could see the aluminum sector comes to the top, and then the other sector, for example, the iron pellet goes a little bit down. It depends on the alternative source of energy. It depends on many other factors. One of the criteria that we have not considered, and we are going to do it in the next phase of the project, is basically the aspect of integrated plant bioenergy production versus non-integrated. You see in the left top figure, we have a standalone bioenergy producer, where basically bioenergy is produced outside of the industrial plant and is transported to the industrial plant. And in the downside, you see the same bioenergy production is located within the industrial plant. There is a good synergy. In that case, we can use some wasted. So in terms of the overall efficiency, we are looking at the higher overall efficiency. In terms of the production cost, it can definitely lower the production cost. So there's a lot of benefits. It can also lower the GHG intensity of the bioenergy. And in the bigger scale, we are talking about an ecosystem, for example. So not only that specific plant, that specific site. So we can consider a lot of other industrial sectors, if there is some benefits for the others or not. So this is the other criteria which we are going to work on it, and we are going to consider it as one of the criteria in our analysis. For example, if a project does not have a very good priority score, however, it can have a good synergy with other industrial sites close, for example. In that case, it could have, it could receive a higher priority, and then it could be considered as a promising project. So yeah. No.
Okay, so second to last slide. This is the slide that we call or a consensus order of merit for 2050. It doesn't mean it applies today, but it's a vision of where we should probably aim if we want to get to net zero by 2050. Whoa, I didn't want to show that now. While reviewing a large number of net zero studies, not made by us, made by others, and then our own internal work that we did, we tried to systematize in 3 big categories where bioenergy project may fall. So what we call green here is everything that will fit under the definition as a project that can provide a high sequestration potential for carbon and a high electricity offset compared to the electrification counterfactual. So if there is no electrification option for a given project, well, the offset is really good because there was no alternative. But if there is an electrification alternative, how good is bioenergy compared to that alternative? So we don't really care about how efficient the bioenergy pathway is versus the fossil fuel counterfactual. What we care is how is it effective compared to the electrification option that we're competing with. So example of that would be project that allow carbon sequestration. So bioenergy, a lot on the solid form and gaseous form based on the result that we have. So biocarbon, for example, in the steel industry that will be used as an energy but a reducing agent as well. And that is compatible with the sequestration down the road. Cement, lime, kilns, steel, iron ore are also good candidates. We need to do CCS anyway to decarbonize these sectors. So why don't we generate negative emission at the same time to offset some difficult to abate sector, such as potentially aviation fuel? Long-lasting bioproduct, that's definitely a priority because we sequester the carbon for a long time. RNG, renewable natural gas made by agricultural and municipal waste that would have otherwise generate methane and being lost to the atmosphere. This is mainly a very good project in our view. In the yellow category, we have bioenergy project that have a reasonably low, well, let's say a medium offset of electricity and some degree of carbon sequestration, but much less than in the green counterpart. So projects like that would be, for example, biofuel, liquid biofuel mainly, and RNG that is used for application that are unelectrificable, so it's a pretty good application, but for which at the end we re-emit the carbon, for which there is no sequestration option. Otherwise, it would rank green. Another example would be district heating or electricity production, an example that was given earlier by the lady that was here. If it comes together with BECCS, with carbon sequestration, that's a fairly good project. If not, then it ranks in the orange in our merit order. Biochar as soil abatement or as sequestration purposes period, we rank that typically in the yellow category. Some of that can move to green if they become compatible with negative emission. The orange category, and it's not red, it's orange, and there is a reason for that. It is because nobody can say that it's never a good thing. There is contextual, there is particular context, regional.
consideration that would make them very, very interesting, and maybe for a shorter period of time so that they move back to a yellow category. For example, the use of biofuel or RNG in applications that are electrificable in a relatively common way, and for which the carbon will not be sequestered at the end, well, those are very low merit projects in our view. Biomass combustion for building, heating, commercial building, or low temperature industrial heat, if it's not combined with CCS, that also fall in relatively low merit because it's directly competing with industrial high temperature heat pumps, which would have a much better yield. So that's for bioenergy, and I realize this could raise a lot of questions. We may disagree on some of that, but that's where we are at the moment. We did the same thing for electrification, direct electrification, and for green hydrogen, but that's not going to be the subject today. You'll need to re-invite me, Louis. So, conclusion, I'm done. Quickly. Yeah, quickly. So we've worked with the government of Quebec to model different decarbonization scenario options from an energy perspective for many years now. We address a problem with different angles. We attacked it, and we try to have consistency in between modeling, theoretical knowledge of these processes, and also practical hands-on info and working with these industrial facilities. Although there is a lot of bioenergy, Evelyn said we can still collect a lot. It's very minimum compared to the magnitude of the decarbonization problem that we're facing. In some provinces, like Quebec and Ontario mostly, the industrial sector can take it all. Just cement, steel, and mining in Quebec can take it all, the residues. So in other provinces where the ratio of biomass availability in industry is different, the situation can be different, but that's basically one of the lessons that we get. Generally speaking, the bioenergy project that scores best in our analysis are solid biofuel and gaseous biofuel. Liquid biofuels are okay for some application, but they are not mainstream because in most applications, they are re-emitting carbon. And if we use them in application that we can sequester the carbon, well, typically, solid biofuel will have had a better overall energy efficiency because its conversion efficiency would be typically higher. So that's, in essence, the message we wanted to pass. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Merci, Serge. Excellente présentation. Excellente présentation, merci. Merci beaucoup. Ben, je t'invite à rester sur scène puisque tu vas être panéliste. J'ai eu la question plusieurs fois, est-ce que les diapos seront disponibles? Nous rendrons les présentations disponibles, sauf celles que nous ne pourrons pas rendre disponibles puisque pour certaines, il semble y avoir des enjeux de confidentialité de données, mais tout ça sera rendu disponible dès que possible sur le site. Alors, j'inviterai les panélistes pour notre troisième discussion. Oh, voilà. La troisième discussion, troisième panel, alors que dans le deuxième panel, on a parlé de la question de la mise à l'échelle. Dans ce cas-ci, on parlera de la question de l'efficacité ou les gains d'efficacité qu'on peut faire. Et c'est intéressant de jumeler ça avec la question de l'intensité carbone, puisque peut-être que les deux doivent être pris en compte de façon simultanée. Alors, j'invite les panélistes à venir nous joindre et je vais passer la parole à Simon Langlois-Bertrand, qui sera l'animateur, le modérateur de ce panel et qui est aussi... Je vais faire une petite plug publicitaire, qui est aussi l'auteur principal de nos perspectives énergétiques, 3e édition, qui sont en cours de production.
Merci. Merci, Louis. Please come. Bonjour à tous. Je n'ai pas rencontré tout le monde encore, donc c'est ça, je suis associé de recherche à l'Institut d'énergie de Trottier avec mes estimés collègues ici. So I'm going to be, I don't know if it's fortunately or unfortunately, but you're going to have to listen to Serge talk for 5 more minutes. So he's going to be the first one. We'll see. It was very dynamic. I agree with your strategy to think about the post-lunch problem, but so the floor is yours, and then we'll go on in the list that was alphabetical as well.
Okay. Je ne sais plus si j'ai le goût avec ça. Ben, bonjour encore. Donc, j'imagine que ma première slide va venir bientôt. Ah, ben oui. Si, oui. Donc, dans la présentation précédente, in the previous presentation, I spoke a little bit about energy efficiency, conversion efficiency, but not that much. And I've mentioned that the relative efficiency, it's important versus fossil fuel, but what we see really as the dominant criteria is more the relative efficiency compared to the electrification counterfactual when it exists. Now, let's put that aside and come back to conversion efficiency. We've put a table of just a few bioenergy products. There is multiple others, just a few here, in order to show you possibilities to increase its efficiency. Milad, in this presentation, he showed a diagram where we can produce bioenergy in a standalone process, is an integrated process with waste heat, or in an integrated process in the context of an ecosystem. And those could bring different energy conversion efficiency and carbon intensity as well. So in this example, we have what we've modeled as being the best integrated process for producing white pellet, black pellet, slow pyrolysis, combining biochar and synthesis gas together, and gasification without purification, so making syngas. So we've modeled this with a highly integrated process with a lot of heat recovery within it, and this is the best energy efficiency we can get. Biomass, energy in the biomass out versus the energy in the biomass in, plus any input, electricity and others that we can get. If we go in a more integrated fashion, for example, having a slow pyrolysis process being co-located with a steel plant or a mining facility or a pulp facility, and we use the waste heat from that facility to pre-dry the low-grade biomass, then we can reorganize these processes and get to energy efficiency that are even higher. So there is things we can do in terms of improving energy efficiency, and that is definitely one path forward, important to consider. Now, in terms of carbon intensity, and that's a slide that Bruno Gagnon have almost voluntarily shared, it's a bit old, so don't take it with a grain of salt. It's not reflecting the latest data from ECCC with their LCA model. And at Varennes, Canada Varennes have a software called iBioRef that can recalculate some of that in specific context and get to more detail and more precise number. But for the sake of the discussion today, it gives a quite interesting perspective. From a carbon intensity and from a life cycle standpoint, the feedstock collection, processing, and combustion, neglecting the biogenic emission here, we could see that different processes have different carbon intensity. And generally speaking, what you can see on the left-hand side, those are solid materials, solid form of bioenergy. And for those, the biofuel that require the less amount of processing, such as pellets and pyrolysis oil, have lower GHG emission per energy unit, and especially if they are integrated with waste heat from an industrial facility. So overall, this is really something to consider. They are more energy efficient, they have lower carbon intensity, and they can be used, as we said before, in many applications for which there is no good alternative. So solid biofuel is an interesting one. But before I conclude, is our energy efficiency or energy conversion efficiency and carbon intensity the right parameter to assess the quality and the value of a project, of a bioenergy project? And to me, at least, that's a personal vision here. The answer is yes and no. They are two important parameters to include, but they are insufficient to qualify the value, the system level value of a project. We have just looking at the intensity and the energy efficiency, we have no idea of what alternative solution we could have at the end application. We haven't assessed if there will be particular technical constraint or if we have carbon negativity potential in these applications. What is the reference fuel that we will be displaced with the fuel that we produce? So even a fuel that is produced at low carbon intensity, high efficiency, if it's used for something for which there is a better alternative and in which there is no carbon sequestration, well, there is good chance it's not a super good bioenergy project, even if it ranks very high in terms of carbon intensity. So that's my 2 cents here.
I think I'll use this if it's on. Hi, everyone. I am Fred Gatala. I'm the Director of Carbon and Sustainability for Advanced Biofuels Canada. I also chair our Sustainable Aviation Fuel Caucus. Advanced Biofuels Canada, ABFC, we need acronyms, is a nationwide industry association, about 40 members. Our members have 34 billion liters of installed biofuel and renewable synthetic fuel production capacity around the world. So this is biodiesel, this is ethanol, this is municipal solid waste derived ethanol, this is flue gas derived ethanol, where you have organisms processing the flue gas and then turning that into ethanol. This is sustainable aviation fuel, this is biocrude. This is a pretty big palette of fuels that are being produced and blended in response to policy. So in this slide, here's a snapshot of the expanding renewable fuel sector in Canada that is really in response to provincial and federal policies that are in place. 96% of Canada's diesel supply is under some type of provincial regulation, 92% of our gasoline. We've got a really strong web of policies. And guess what? It's policy that pulls these fuels into the market. So we've got an expansion of oilseed crushing. Will went over what's happening in the significant growth in the ability to process domestic oilseeds in Canada. A lot of that is in response to the Chinese market completely shutting, but that timed with the renewable fuel opportunity has really jump-started oilseed processing. Feedstock production companies, so that's lignocellulosic. So this is things like the Arbios project in Prince George that's making biocrude that will be co-processed in that refinery that's owned by Tidewater Midstream. And there's a number of other projects, 2 others that are included in that list. There are more projects than that are happening, as well as the big opportunity, which is clean fuel production, about 11.7 billion liters of $11.7 billion of capex to create 4.7 billion new liters of clean fuel production capacity that sits on top of the existing 4.1. So we've got a domestic renewable fuel sector that is expanding in response to primarily the clean fuel regulation that provides a compliance credit market. Anyway, lots of economic activity related to that, lots of jobs related to that. And emission reductions coming from the low carbon fuels being blended. This panel is about energy yield and carbon intensity. This is what carbon intensity does. It's grams per megajoule of energy delivered, and that is displacing fossil fuel energy. That's emission reductions. You'll see that since 2010 to 2022, you've got ethanol providing a lot of the emissions reductions, renewable diesel and biodiesel coming up very strongly. Co-processed fuels at the top, and because this is from the Biofuels in Canada report that ABFC contracts Navius Research to undertake year over year, we've also added the light-duty plug-in electric vehicles as a source of emission reductions. But that's put in context with the biofuel energy or emission reductions. They all kind of work in the same way. So almost 9 megatons of GHG reductions per year, and that's going up. Last slide, which is biofuels and net zero. So in the 3 graphs at the top, what you've got are data from the British Columbia Low Carbon Fuel Standard, which was the first LCFS in Canada. It's definitely the strongest GHG transportation fuel policy in Canada. It's basically led to 13% renewables in diesel and 9% renewables in gasoline in British Columbia. It's doing amazing things to that fuel supply. But you'll see the small lines that are on the left-hand side of the top 3 graphs. Those show the carbon intensity of biodiesel, ethanol, and HDRD, renewable diesel, hydrogenation-derived renewable diesel. And it shows how the average CI is decreasing once it's under that policy. So there's a clear policy incentive to reduce those emissions, and it shows, you know, the relative decrease, 84%, 45%, 58%. And the lines there, this is all on a website that we have called Net Zero Clean Fuels, shows where the trajectory can go with added technologies like bioenergy CCS, with increased use of soil organic carbon, all types of things that can be done to improve bioenergy's CI score once you put that under a CI-based policy framework. Bottom right, this is a chart that we really like from Navius Research Inc., and it shows something that's been said a lot of times in presentations today, that bioenergy and biofuels, liquid biofuels, are an absolute fundamental part of the road to net zero. So it's got a 4 to 10-fold increase in demand for energy-dense, low-carbon fuels. So we're seeing, back to the first slide, a lot of that investment taking place and a lot of that capacity coming online.
Thank you.
Hi there. Okay, great. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. And my name is Kevin Ng. I'm also coming from same as Serge. I'm also coming from the Climate Energy family, but I'm local in Ottawa, and he's coming from Iran. And today, what I'm going to talk about, it is a little bit from the end user perspective, because what I'm working on is how to use the biomass in the steel production process. And as you know, everybody is talking about net zero emission in 2050. There's no exception for the steel industry in Canada. That is also the goal. But the biomass is only part of the solution because of that, as Serge mentioned, that is some industry this is difficult to decarbonize, and steel industry is just one of those. Because the carbon that's been used in the steel production, it is not only for the energy process purposes, but also for the chemical reaction, which is the reducing the iron oxide back into metallic iron. So that's why there is not too many choice of the material that can do this job. So that make it that the steel industry is a little bit harder to fully decarbonize, and that's why we also, when we're talking about the use of the biocarbon in the steel industry, we don't use the term fuels or bioenergy, because it is not being used as it's only the energy source. This is used as is the chemical reductant. And one of the challenges that is using the biomass is first of all, the process itself, it is designed for fossil fuels, and it's been being optimized for more than 100 years up to this point. So this is, because how shall I put it? We don't want to reinvent the process, because the timeline for reaching the net zero is close. So we want to use the existing process, but just using what we call the fuel switching. It is to switch from the fossil fuels to the biocarbon on that. And at the same time, we know that biocarbon have a lower GHG footprint, but if you have to use a lot of those to make a ton of steel, it doesn't really have the benefit of reducing the overall GHG emission from the process. So that's why we try to maintaining that the carbon consumption of the steel production per tons of steel production process more or less the same, or not changing drastically. And that's why it is required that the biofuels need to be upgraded to a certain properties that can be used in the steel production. And what our currently what we're working on, we on both sides, it is how to define what kind of the fuel property, the properties of the biocarbon is required for the steel production, and also at the same time informing the biocarbon producer to make the right material that the steel industry can use it. And in order to make the communication, we're also working with the ISO committee to making sure that this is, we have the right standard to evaluate the properties of this material. And the biggest challenge that the steel industry is facing now for implementation, it is a supply. It is really still very low in terms of the biocarbon suitable for the steel production. So just give you a little bit example of that. It is we have done some. The industry has done some trial in using the industrial furnace, and the trial will last only for 6 hours. But they also already consume 200 tons of biochar. And everything is good, everything is working fine, but we want to extend the duration, and then we talk with the producer, and nobody can supply the material that can do a test continue for a week on that. And that's why it ends there. So the scaling up that the process, I mean the capacity, it is important. But at the same time, we want to making sure that we scale up in a sustainable way, instead of who can pay more and then they can get all. That kind of approach. We want to integrate that from all the way from the supply chain, because the steel industry has. I can tell you a little story about that. It is we know how to make steel. I mean, human as we know how to make iron, extract iron from the iron ore for thousands and thousands of years already, but in the past, we always used charcoal, which is biofuel, to do that. Up to a certain point, about maybe 100 or 150 years ago, when the industrial revolutions come in, the steel demand shot up. And at that time, people were chopping down the forest to make steel. And then because the deforestation is getting so bad, and people come back and, hey, we can actually use coal. By using coal, we're actually saving the forest at that time. But now we are trying to reverse. We don't want to do the reverse things and go back to chop down the forest to make steel again. So that's why we have to do it in a very responsible way, and making sure the supply is sustainable, and also maintaining the productivity of the steel, and also maintaining the competitiveness of the steel in the international market. Okay, that's what I want to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So first of all, I want to thank our colleagues for organizing this session. So I think it's very important for us, because I think Canada is a powerhouse when it comes to biomass. So we got lots of biomass. So I think to paraphrase Roberta's first slide, I think it actually comes to cost and sustainability. So the two issues are cost, because we are a major exporter of pellets, but we have slash piles in BC that are about 5 meters high and nobody wants them. So I think the cost is a big issue, and how sustainable the biomass is another big issue. So that's the two main points. So what I'm going to talk about today is the kind of three hats that I have. So have a look at it. I'm lucky enough to be based at UBC, so our website there. So again, I'm fortunate that many of our alumni now work for oil companies, for government, for forest products companies. So many of the people who have come through my group are all working at different places around the world. And really interesting to get the perspective. So we're mostly funded now BC Smart. The second sign there is British Columbia Sustainable Marine, Aviation, Rail and Trucking. So the Smart is long-distance transport, because the long-distance transport is going to be very hard to decarbonize. So we get a lot of our funding from Boeing, because Boeing sees using biofuel or SAF for probably about the next 40, 50 years. Electricity you can use for short distances. Hydrogen, you'll never fly transatlantic, transoceanic on hydrogen, so it's going to be pretty well biofuels, is the fuels that are going to be used for aviation. The third category here is IA, and I've got Evelyn, and we had Bruno, he's still here. So I look at some of my IA colleagues with IA. The IA is invaluable because Canada is a powerhouse with biomass, but we have Japan, we have Korea, we have places that are probably going to go nuclear, because they want to decarbonize, but they don't really have much else. But getting that international perspective is invaluable. So this is why I think in this forum, one of our benefits is we've got lots of biomass and we've got lots of lipids that was covered earlier on. So what I want to cover is that there's actually a lot of very credible organizations out there because Canada and British Columbia has the highest source of sustainable biomass in the world, as guaranteed by FSC or SFI. So three groups all say we manage the forest sustainably. However, there's a bunch of groups that don't think we manage the forest sustainably. So this is a debate that will go on forever. So if I look at it just now we go down into the Sustainable Biomass Program. As you probably know, I think of these as the pellet guys, so the people that look at pellet. So how sustainable is pellets? So if I look at it during the last 15 years, Canada was a major exporter of pellets. We still are. US exports far more pellets than we do. Big debates about how sustainable. So the SBP is one of the areas. I put down the roundtable on sustainable palm oil because the cheapest way to make lipids, biodiesel, renewable diesel, is palm oil. But nobody wants to touch palm oil. However, sustainability for palm oil is a big issue for fuels, but palm oil for cooking or cosmetics, not such a big deal. So there's a big dilemma with regard to how come it's sustainability is an issue for fuels, but it's not a sustainability issue for cosmetics or for cooking. So my last slide is actually about carbon intensity. So if I look at it, I've been working on cellulosic ethanol. We're still not there commercially. Very interesting area to do research on. Cellulosic ethanol was all about, say, 10% ethanol. So calculating 10% ethanol was relatively easy. Calculating a 10% reduction in carbon intensity is hard. So if you look at trying to define a reduction in carbon intensity, it's complicated. So CORSIA is the only international network, and it's all about sustainability. So I don't like calling sustainable aviation fuel sustainable, because sustainable is loaded. It's a loaded term. So what do you mean by sustainable? I far prefer calling it biojet, because I know biojet has come from a biomaterial. Now, you can make jet fuel via green electricity to jet, which will never happen. It's far too expensive. But there's SAF, which is not biojet. So really what happens is, as Heather knows, quite a few of our group already have some of our former graduates who are working for the BC government in terms of the low carbon fuel standard. The GREET model has lots of variations in GREET, California GREET. So the US is big enough, they're all doing variations on GREET. And the devil in the details is the land use, so land use issue or indirect land use. In BC, we use GHGenius, which is very good, but not user-friendly. And if you look at just now, ECCC has come out with their own model, really interesting. However, I don't think there's any consensus on carbon intensity. So one of the issues, how I'll finish just now, is carbon intensity is hard to determine, is one of these debates that will be ongoing. This is why we need a forum like this. And if I look at it, we actually need a model in long-distance transport that people will all agree on. So in Canada, we've got GHGenius, we've got the open source model, US has got GREET, but we don't even have consensus in North America in terms of what model we will use. Thanks.
Thank you all. So let me first start by perhaps giving you the opportunity to expand on the topic of the energy yield. So how do stakeholders integrate the energy yield from your perspective in their own assessment of the validity or the value of new bioenergy project? Let's go first. Fred?
So if you really want the best energy return on energy invested, we should just use coal. It's got a 60 EROI. But like we know that's not the answer, right? So GHGenius says, it's user-friendly if you kind of, poke away at it and try to get in there. Like it's the devil we know on the West Coast. But it's got a really good lineup of EROEI results. Coal is 60, biodiesel from canola is 11, renewable diesel from canola is 3, because you have to put more energy in from hydrogen, and you have a lot of catalysts. Ethanol is about 1.7, cellulosics are 0.6 down to 0.3. It's an important measurement, theoretically, but because renewable fuel and biomass-based fuels are all under policy, the far more effective metric is carbon intensity. If there is an energy efficiency metric that's important, it's definitely the EER, energy effectiveness ratio, where if you put something into an electric vehicle, you get 5 times the credit amount because it's a far more efficient engine. So it's really useful. Like, we want to prioritize, we want to make good decisions about where we're putting resources, but like, policy has created these entire credit markets. And so if you chose a pathway that had better economic returns rather than energy yield, you choose economics because that's what we're doing. Like, this is a democracy. These are market creating regulations. So it's important for like an engineering system design. But if we're talking about bioenergy and biofuels, it's CI and market value.
Thanks. Anyone else? Serge?
Well, I think some folks in the program divisions at NRCan and ECCC and in the provinces might be able to comment on what each proponent, when they submit a proposition, are including in their analysis. But from what I've seen, and I've been part on different of these expert panels for reviewing these proposals, most very large company would include a pretty good carbon intensity factor based on an LCA analysis when they submit project for funding to the government. So they had to do that at first. If it's related to the clean fuels regulation, well, they have to do that too. So I think in terms of carbon intensity, the larger scale project would typically include, one way or another, a form of carbon intensity assessment for the production side. Interestingly, the energy efficiency, when I go to plants, I have one in mind, a pellet plant, torrefied pellet plant. I went there and I asked, well, what's your energy efficiency? Well, carbon efficiency was clear to him, but energy efficiency, he was unable to answer. So I think that's something that we're still struggling with to identify really what's the true energy efficiency of some project, especially the medium to smaller scale project that are not necessarily covered under a major program from the government.
So I think this is from my perspective on that, from the end user perspective of that, it is, what I want to know is if I use this material, how does it affect my productivity? So that's, to me, it is the energy efficiency of this product. And what is important, it is actually the carbon intensity of that, because that will determine should I use it, because once I take into the consideration of the carbon tax, purely from the economic point of view. Do I have to actually spend more money by using this material, or do I have some saving from that?
So if I use an example from the IEA linkage. So I often make a comparison between British Columbia and Finland, about the same size area, same population. So BC, I mean, we're lucky because our electricity is hydroelectric, like Quebec. So, however, Finland is now 50% bioenergy. So half of their total energy comes from bioenergy. And so if you look at it, they use a lot of combined heat and power, a lot of mill towns. So they very efficiently use biomass, much better than we do, partly because we already have cheap green electricity. But then I use, like Neste is the Finnish oil company. So they wanted to become international. They were too dependent on Russian oil. So there was Neste importing Russian oil. But they now have refineries in Singapore. They have them in Rotterdam. They originally were going to use palm oil from Singapore. But it's not sustainable. So they now import used cooking oil from Australia, from New Zealand. So I think part of it is watching how someone like Finland has pivoted into this area. And in BC, we kind of export pellets. So we don't use them. We export pellets. So very interesting in terms of how have each of the different countries responded to, first of all, the market. So there's the cost. And the second one is the sustainability or the carbon intensity. So I think they've done a pretty good job of carbon intensity. But I think BC actually is a pretty good place to know, as Fred knows, we pay a carbon tax, we have a low carbon fuel standard, so I actually think it's not a bad place to do business because the carbon intensity, the impact on the climate, well, we can see it everywhere. I mean, the canal should be open.
Open for skating, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
For swimming.
It's down, but not quite open for skating. Okay, thanks. And that topic is also, leading us to there's the evaluation of the projects at first, and then there's also the question of tracking progress and seeing if there's room for improvement and so on. And one topic that was discussed throughout the day, and you alluded to it in your earlier presentation with Milad, is how do you assess, how you draw the lines over the evaluation of carbon intensity? If you do it from the user perspective, it's a straight line from the availability, the supply, and then what you do. But if you consider optimization of the actual extraction process, and then considering the fact that if you don't just extract one thing for one purpose, you may do different things at the same time, which if you zoom out a little bit, the carbon intensity evaluation will be different. So is that possible to do that kind of evaluation with current information?
Oh, it's a tough one, and I think that raises the discussion we had earlier with Evelyn. If you're taking residues in the forest and that residues was used to do lumber ultimately, should you attribute all the fuel needed to collect the residues only to the bioenergy, or should you attribute some of it to the lumber processing as well? Because both of them are there. Where do you draw the line and that becomes a very complex problem. In an example, we were involved recently for methanol production, as an example. Depending where you draw your boundary of capturing CO2, biogenic CO2, using some electricity, converting that process with hydrogen and so on. And at the end, the question is, what's your counterfactual? Was it methanol that would have otherwise been imported from US or someone else that would have been made by natural gas? But that counterfactual is speculative, because if we're producing a new capacity of methanol, it was not there. So maybe it would have never been imported. Or do you compare it with the diesel or the bunker that you remove in the boat? And now if the boat is going an international trip versus a Canadian-wise trip, then the accountability of the CO2 is different. It goes in national inventories or it doesn't. So depending where you put their boundary, all the answers might be true. It's just that we're not comparing and defining the same problem. And that's where we have to be extremely clear on the hypothesis that we have considered and what's in and what's in out, and then we know what we're talking about. Otherwise, we can say a lot of things with LCA analysis too.
Do you know why California now has 60% renewable content in its diesel pool? It's like, it's mind-breaking to think that the majority of diesel fuel is renewable in California. And the answer is they value the CI reduction under their low carbon fuel standard. We've got a national LCFS in Canada. It's only a couple years old, but if you take a $250 per ton CFR credit, which is where the market says it is about now, you stack it on top of a $500 per ton British Columbia low carbon fuel standard credit, that's about $2 a liter of compliance credit value on 100% biodiesel. Is anyone using 100% biodiesel? A lot more people are now. The rail sector can use up to 100%, marine engines can use up to 100%. You're seeing a lot more heavy-duty vehicles using blends far beyond B20 now. So it's not necessarily project valuation. Well, it is. It's like, that's why there's so much renewable diesel coming online. It's that these are real markets. And what that does, and Simon, when you asked the question, it was like, what does that do to the end user? Well, the fact is that the end user buying the fuel, by them purchasing the fuel, they allow the primary supplier or the fuel provider to earn that credit on the fuel they're supplying to them. So it just adds a lot more value into the system that can actually have decarbonization not cost the consumer more money. I mean, ethanol is, I didn't say this in the slide, but ethanol is cheaper than gasoline. Renewable diesel, now with increased capacity, because everyone's following the Neste business model, like there's a lot more of it out there and the prices are coming down. So when I put up that slide that had the stacking charts of, you know, just over 8 MMTs of emission reductions, like that's all been at 0.01% fuel cost increase, and most of that is taxes. If you adjusted the tax paid on fuels to take into account the energy content, or that you don't need to charge a carbon tax on low carbon fuels, then it becomes a net savings for consumers at the pump. So CI is like overly fundamental. It's the most important thing, and it's probably rule number one in the biomass and bioenergy systems is like, you cannot push these fuels into the market. You have to create policies that pull them into the market. And then the supply chains really do align themselves to make those BTUs available to where they're most valuable, which is under the markets created by policies.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I think that the policy aspect, that is the most important part, because it's from the experience, again, from the steel industry, it is, we encounter a lot of innovator that they claim that they can make some biochar and that they can be used in the steel and all these things. But at the same time, when we are asking for how much you can supply or how much you can pay first. And then this is without showing your product, you're asking me to write a purchase order, and then you go back and then make the, I mean, that's kind of a chicken and egg question on that. It is who is going to take the first step to make the material available on the market and demonstrate that it works, then the market will grow. But the first step is important, and the first step is the policy it is the most important part to actually foster the first step to move on.
So Fred's absolutely right. I think so the place that we look at in BC is California. So I think California's got it right for all the reasons Fred has said. I think policy is really, really important. However, it's not everything. So I think one of the issues is you look at how the oil sector has evolved. So you can pretty well blend in jet fuel into diesel, no problem. You can't blend diesel into jet fuel or the plane will crash. So effectively what's happening just now is that we're used to paying relatively low prices for jet fuel because in most cases it's not taxed. So if you fly from here to Europe, it's not taxed. So the problem with biojet fuel is about 3 or 4 times more expensive than jet fuel. However, there's no real alternative. So hydrogen, green hydrogen is going to take a while, electricity to take a while. So we're all going to have to pay more to fly. So if I look at that's one of the reasons I came from Vancouver. It was relatively cheap. That was a joke. Basically, so if I look at it just now, I think the market is changing. So what's going to happen is the aviation sector is pushing back big time because the fuel is a big part of their operation. They don't want to pay more. They're going to have to pay more. So we're going to have to pay more because they're going to downside it to the customer just because there's few. So I think policy is key. But what's going to happen is, if I look at part of my history, is the US EPA mandated cellulosic ethanol. So they mandated it, but we couldn't do it. So they basically tried to mandate cellulosic ethanol when the economics were terrible. So what's happening right now is, do we mandate biojet fuel? Because we can do it. But how quickly can we do it? And I think we're probably in the situation we are just now where Canada imports most of its ethanol, most of its biodiesel, most of its... So I think we might meet it, but we'll be selling the US at the feedstock and we'll be importing the finished product, probably, to get things going.
I agree with a lot of that. We're basically trade balanced on biodiesel. We are importing renewable diesel until the projects that are under construction. Will mentioned Imperial Oil in Strathcona. There's Bria Renewable Fuels at the Come By Chance refinery that was converted, and there's Tidewater in Prince George, BC. So there is capital flowing and projects turning on. I mean, the cellulosic ethanol piece, George Bush, 16 billion gallons of cellulosic ethanol when there were a lot of problems with the technology and the feedstock coming in. Whereas sustainable aviation fuel, there's not a technical process question about it. Like, we absolutely know how to make this. Neste's making it now. We've got producers in the US Gulf that are going to be online by 2025. There will be fuel supplied to the market. It's not a technical challenge. The cost premium over jet fuel is 1.3x or below, and that includes the value of compliance credits. Like, compliance credits are really what shrinks that gap. And don't forget, jet fuel pays the carbon tax. Sustainable aviation fuel pays the carbon tax in British Columbia. Remove that, and the economics become far more equivalent to Jet A1. So our math says that including, BC has a SAF mandate, the first low-carbon jet fuel mandate in North America. Our math puts that at a 1.5% price increase per ticket, about $3. That's in a 737 MAX 8 or 9 going from Vancouver to Los Angeles. Very efficient aircrafts. The fuel works. It really is a relative blip on how much jet costs to begin with. So this is something that's like very, very doable, but back to where you started, it's like the LCFS and the CI type market is very important. And a lot of countries are very jealous of Canada. Like, wow, you have a national LCFS with sustainability criteria, and it's working. It's starting to work.
Thanks. I see time flying by a little bit. I want to open it to the floor, and there's a few online questions as well, but is there anyone who wants to go first? Sur la table dans le fond, je pense. I can pick one of the online ones in the meantime. Can you expand on the biochar soil amendment in terms of scaling capacity? Wouldn't it have high potential? And is it that it's not considered permanent sequestration? I think that's referring to your mention of that earlier session.
Well, I'm not an expert in biochar. Let me start by saying that, and especially not in the effect on the soil and its long-term sequestration. But what we're hearing and what we're being told is to some degree and up to a certain value, biochar can help improving the soil and at the same time sequester carbon. I know there is research going on the duration. How long will it be sequestered? Is it going to be re-emitted someday? So I don't think we have all the answer related to biochar for soil amendment. In terms of capacity, though, it's not difficult to do biochar for soil amendment. It has nothing to do with biocarbon that Wing was referring, where it enters in very complex chemical reaction with steel for reduction and stuff like that. It's relatively tolerant to some not dust, what do you call it? Ashes. So it's relatively tolerant to have a percentage of ashes, as long as there is no heavy metals and stuff like that. There is a potential to use it. In the biochar for soil amendment category, in what was presented earlier, it's biochar, soil amendment, and or biochar for sequestration, period. Put it in a hole and leave it there. So that we know it can sequester the carbon for a long time. Not sure if my answer was...
Yeah, did you want to add something going to that particular question? No? Okay.
Dr. Ng? Yeah. You said something earlier about, it was related to biochar. It was about, who's going to take the first step and start to use those in the stationary, the solid fuel sector. And people that were engaged in the development of the clean fuel standard remember that this was going to be liquid fuels, gaseous fuels, and solid fuels. And when we got done with the reg development, it was only gasoline and diesel. So the CFR, clean fuel regulations, like the power of that reg can be turned on the solid fuel sector. And there's lots of emission reduction opportunities that can happen there where it's not going to be reliant on, okay, who's in, who's going to take the first step, who's going to have ESG goals that are going to drive the behavior. It's actually going to be under a credit market. It's going to be a requirement. It's going to be something that is not, it's not going to be something that has the potential to put first movers at an economic disadvantage when there's shareholder revolts to say, let's focus on the bottom line, which is frankly where a lot of ESG commitments sit. They're very easily flicked off when times get tough. So under the reg, maybe that's a way to drive the emission reductions, and then suddenly supply chains organized to provide that material.
I'm not sure why it was not I'm not sure why it was not included, and I was not in the development of that policy. But what I do know is that right now, when we work with the heavy industry, steel, cement, mining, aluminum, pulp and paper for their lime kiln, they are really, really, really investigating their option to secure biomass and find a way to get it. As I mentioned earlier, the 4 cement plant in Quebec plus the 3 refineries, steel plant and aluminum plant plus the mining, they can take all the forest residues available, all of it, just for their operation. It won't happen, likely. There will be others will take a part of it, but that's this magnitude of biomass that they need. So that's quite significant. And that's all solid, mostly solid.
Yeah. Normand?
Yeah, I would like Normand Mousseau from UET. So this question about the resource availability that you're mentioning, Serge, is also, to me, one of the issues when I read the SAF report. It says, no, to produce like 15% of the fuel in 2030, we need to collect every single canola seed in Canada and transform it in SAF, which to me tells you that this is a dead end. I mean, you cannot imagine that a single industry picks up everything in order to slightly reduce its emission. So, I mean, we need to be able to construct pathways that are realistic and that make it possible to move really to 2050. Otherwise, this kind of a myth that we're building that that's the solution.
It's challenging to have, the question is phrased this, taking it to like the illogical end. What if we collect all of the canola and turn it into jet fuel? Like no one's talking about that. No one's talking about taking all available material and turning it into fuel. So taking an outcome that no one is seriously proposing and calling it a dead-end pathway isn't a good way to evaluate what we're trying to do to decarbonize. So if, for say, you want a 1 billion liter renewable diesel facility, a portion of that will be SAF, that's 2.5 million metric tons of canola. For a project in the prairies, maybe that's the likely feedstock. But decarbonizing liquid fuels is not solely dependent on lignocellulosic liquid feedstocks. We're using those now because veg oils and animal fats and lipids are basically 3 diesel molecules held together. They're easy, but we're getting to unlock more lignocellulosic resources. And we also, we're so far into needing solutions to climate change that it's disingenuous to call any solution that really is delivering emission reductions a dead-end pathway when it's already showing results. We need all of these at the same time. And really the amount of investment required to reduce emissions in the liquid fuels is very small compared to the significant infrastructure upgrades we need to make for hydrogen, EVs, and light, medium, and heavy duty. We're not at the point to really call anything a not viable pathway to pursue, especially when we're already doing it and it's working.
So what's interesting is a historical perspective, because from a carbon intensity point of view, used cooking oil, tallow, they're good because they're low carb, they're wastes. So what's interesting is that 10, 15 years ago, they were a waste, so they were a problem. You had to get rid of them. So what Neste realized is they did an estimate of how much used cooking oil they could collect from Europe. So they missed it by a factor. So 10 times they could collect 10 times more than they estimated, mainly because people were going to pay for it. So as before, you had to get rid of it, but you'll pay for it. So what's really interesting is the work that we're doing with Boeing is how much used like fogs, fats, oils, and greases, how much fogs is available. So suddenly when you're paying for it, you know, places like China who do a lot of cooking using oil, suddenly if you're paying to collect that material, a lot more available than you thought was going to be available. So I think what's interesting for us on the carbon intensity, I mentioned earlier on with palm oil, because if you're trying to make a vegetable oil, palm oil is pretty hard to beat, you know, much better than canola or soya. However, and there's a lot of reality that the palm oil is bad, but there actually is some good palm oil that's basically been grown for 100 years in cooperatives, but mostly sold into the food and cosmetics market, not used for fuel. So I think what's interesting is what's going to happen, as Fred says, we can actually go from lipids to biodiesel, renewable diesel, and biojet. We can do it technically. The big issue is the cost of the feedstock. So the feedstock cost is high, and then the sustainability is an issue. So the used cooking oil is considered low carbon intensity. I think that's debatable actually, because how does it get from A to B? Usually in a diesel truck, not in a biodiesel truck. So I think what's interesting just now is this is why it's good with the canola getting a presentation, because I think the market's opening up. We've got West Coast Reduction, Canola Council of Canada, so the amount of lipids that we're going into fuel is going up. We get into the food versus fuel. This is what's really happened with corn-based ethanol, which isn't such a big issue just now, but it will never go away. So I think that being said, we still don't have enough lipids globally to replace jet fuel, never mind biodiesel, renewable diesel. So I think part of this forum is we're a very needed part of the solution, because what came up is that we're one of the few that sequester carbon. So we pull that CO2 from the atmosphere, which solar and wind don't do. So I think rather than doing carbon capture and storage and just stick into the ground, grow a tree. Much better way to sequester the carbon and use the residues to displace fossil fuels.
Serge, I think you wanted to jump in? No? Okay.
I think our time is up, but we have.
Yeah, I was going to say the timer isn't right here. But merci. So, do you want me to switch to this here? How do I do this? No, there's no. Anyways, it's not changing. But it's time for a break. Yes, what you're going to say?
We can thank the yeah. Thanks to all the panelists. Thank you very much. Merci. Merci beaucoup. C'est bon, je te laisse. So just before we leave for a break, you have a small number of dans le coin, top right corner of your name tag. This will be for the roundtable discussions. Go sit at one of at the right table after the break. You have a moderator that have been named for all of your table, but you are also free to. You can be more than one person contributing to the Miro whiteboard. So feel free to put all of your comments, and if you prefer to put them through Slido, those are the same question. You can give your inputs there as well. So see you in 30 minutes. Hello? Okay. The break is over. If you could get to your table, s'il vous plaît. Allez à la table qui vous est assignée. Vous noterez que les tables 8 et 4 ont été combinées, puisque certaines personnes sont absentes. Be sure to have at least one person on your table that will be taking notes. Again, feel free to be more than one contributing to the Miro page. So for people that are online, you will see that you can access the Slido application. The code is there, or the URL. Vous avez le code pour accéder à Slido et l'URL aussi, plus direct. Vous avez les 4 questions, la 4e étant plutôt si on a oublié quelque chose, il y a quelque chose qui n'a pas été dit durant la journée, que vous voulez, ou un point que vous voulez souligner. Je vous demanderai de porter une attention particulière à la question 3. So for all the moderators, okay, there are 4 questions. The 4th one is really, okay, have we forgot something? So we can say that we're down to 3 questions. Please make sure that you keep some time to answer the 3rd one, even though they are all important, but make sure that you save some minutes to answer the 3rd one. So have a good discussion. Okay. So we can get back to this side of the room if you want. So that would be for the final part of the day. Please walk back to the other side. So for our online participant, we're going to be displaying the results of what you put in the questionnaire. So pour les gens qui étaient en ligne, nous allons afficher les résultats de vos différentes questions. C'était une longue journée. Merci de votre patience, de votre contribution et de l'énergie que vous avez déployée. No pun intended. So thank you for your patience and your energy for this long day. So, people, please come back to this side of the room. We have some microphone here. Wait. Tu veux faire le tour? On peut commencer par... Je pense qu'on va juste dire est-ce que... Ben, c'est ça, mais je veux quand même qu'il sorte au moins un point. Okay. So at my table, it was a fruitful discussion, very interesting. I must say that the name of Bioenergy came up many times. It was, well, that's a very good thing. But I said, well, yeah, but what more do we need to add to this? Alors, j'aimerais qu'on ait des commentaires de chacune des tables. Si vous pouvez donner un élément qui est ressorti sur votre table. Je commencerai par Evelyne, votre table.
What the question about the optimal use of biomass, it's when it's through a cascading use of biomass, so material use first, and then energy can come after that. There was a strong feeling that it has to be a domestic use, so people in the table were against international export, and the use of biomass that can create the most co-benefits for communities and other environmental co-benefits.
Merci. Stephen? Where is Stephen? Stéphane, I should say, sorry. Stéphane, are you there?
Oops, we lost him.
We lost Stéphane? Okay, but then Héloïse.
Merci. So various points were highlighted in our discussions. I would say that everybody agreed that there's a lot of existing solutions, but then there's a lot of questions regarding economics and stuff like that. But what was highlighted is that market demand, whether it is forced or coming from clients or stuff like that, will be a huge lever to pull to make the solution grow. And the other aspect is another thing that was highlighted is the needs to integrate the solutions. So there, for one material, there's many possible use and many possible products. So there's should be more integrated production, I would say. I would summarize it like that.
Merci. Simon, je vois Simon dans la salle. Où est Simon? Voilà.
Je pense que Stéphane est revenu. Okay, so two things really that I can point out. As Evelyn said too on her table, the economic co-benefits that come with the build out of different activities linked to bioenergy. And the other thing was the necessity to take regionality into account, which makes it very difficult to have a truly national conversation, and perhaps even misleading to have to even try to have one. So there is a relativity, which means that basically policy needs to be flexible to accommodate that. So that was brought up.
Merci. Stéphane just reappeared, so maybe Stéphane can say a few words about our table.
Thanks. Yeah, I think we talked, some of the things we talked about were like from the private sector perspective, investment risk, how to know or which kind of projects to invest in, given the buffet of options. So de-risking investment maybe. And then we also talked a lot about this multi-criteria analysis, which we generally liked quite a bit. We were just wondering to what extent it would be applicable to all regions in Canada, if there are some different considerations more locally that could be relevant, like thinking of remote locations. Also, if technology readiness levels are kind of part of it or not, and potentially indigenous reconciliation factoring in as well. I think those were some things we talked about.
Thank you. Roberta, what at your table?
Yeah, so for the first part, we're talking with the what is the optimal use of biomass. It was mentioned for the cascading use of biomass. I think Evelyn also mentioned that it was mentioned on her table. So if we can use it for some products and then use it for energy later, that would be something. And to take into consideration what's the highest value. And for the second one, more for the challenges, I would say some things that were mentioned was it's not clear where we want to go. There's no clear direction, and that cost is the biggest barrier. So some alternatives are much cheaper. If we reduce costs, it would make it more competitive. And for example, for LCA also that it's not perfect, but it's good. And how can we make it easier to use? Like if we don't want to do it for each project, like how can we use it in a way that it's more easy? There's also other things, but I just mentioned a few things.
Merci, merci. Normand, do you want to add something to that?
No, Simon did it for the table. So
good. Okay. So, as you can see, there was also some contribution online, and I would like to thank the people that were online that contributed to this discussion. We're at the end of that long day, and if we can go back to the slides, please, or our deck of slides. Oh, not exactly this, but okay. So some could say that I forgot to fill that slide, but no, I purposely left it blank. At least that's my alibi. But seriously, I said, well, we're kind of still in front of kind of a white page, right, or a blank slate. So, okay, what do we do from now? So we will, of course, get back to everything we said and read everything that was suggested in writing and the various conversation. So, and starting from that, then we will produce this first draft, or what we call in French a martyr proposition or proposal as a first evaluation grid. What will it look like? I cannot tell you yet because we have to do it. But certainly what I get from the conversation today is that there is not a single or a comprehensive or unique way of approaching this. Everyone comes at it with his or her own angle, and our goal is certainly can we lay that out and say, well, this is everything that we should be considering, knowing that it will depend on the region of the country, the sector, and there will not be a one-size-fits-all answer, but certainly if we can have all of those various categories of criteria or categories of element that need... It's dead? No, sorry. So if we can have all that laid out in a single, let's call it a dashboard or a grid, that would be, to me, the good element to push further that conversation and that discussion. So with that, we're going to be. I was late starting that last part of the day, so I will be early for the next phase. I would like to thank you all. Thank you all for being here. I have some more specific thanks to give. First, I would like to thank Environment and Climate Change Canada for the funding that they provide. Is it? The Transition Accelerator for its collaboration on that. the Net Zero Advisory Body for the support just by providing or managing the distribution of those funds. J'aimerais aussi remercier l'équipe de l'IET avec qui j'ai le plaisir de travailler. Sans toutes ces personnes intéressantes, ça n'aurait pas été aussi, un aussi bon succès et certainement pas aussi agréable pour moi. Je tiens à remercier particulièrement Roberta qui mène ce projet très bien depuis 1 an et c'est un plaisir de pouvoir compter sur elle. Finalement, j'aimerais vous remercier, vous tous et toutes qui êtes ici, également les gens qui sont à distance. Merci beaucoup. Ça ne doit pas être facile pour vous toute cette journée comme ça. C'est très apprécié si vous êtes encore avec nous. Et je vous dis merci encore et à une prochaine. Merci.